Hello, hello, chat. Are we ready? Or let me get my. Okay. We're Let me turn this down a tiny bit. Oh, this one's going hard. How's everyone doing? Oh, we're ready. We're finishing up this emote. Hopefully, I can get it done in time for the debate. Let me see. On layer. What's this layer? I don't know what that is. Oh, I forgot. Oh, it's color. Hello, everybody. Jezebel, Cornhole, Say What, Steve, Applemon. How's everyone doing? It starts around 8:30, so we got about 20 minutes. Thanks. I'm real excited. You know, since we have a layout now and it's not covering up everything, we can let chat just kind of keep rolling. Chat box. Always show messages. Let me see, that should. There you go. That should do it. How's everyone doing? Everyone ready to get a potato race? Thanks for the follow. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're ready. We will plan is to finish up this emote hopefully, and then maybe we'll have our first emote, and then hopefully, if I can do it in time. If I can't, we'll be we'll just rock it without emotes. I need a nice gray. Go a little bit blue. Yeah, it's a good color. How's everyone? Oh, we're ready for Mimzy. Oh, yeah, so the actual debate is tonight. Jake is going to be watching the VOD on Thursday on his channel. So if you aren't able to make it tonight, he will be watching it then. But it'll be the VOD, but tonight's the live. And I made affiliate. In case you haven't noticed, that happened last night. So we can get our emotes. We can my first 50 bits.
Last night the Cornlord said this was happening Thursday.
Yeah, well, Cornlord is a liar. That's right. Actual Jake, you are a liar. I'm just kidding. Yeah, so he's covering it Thursday. We are watching it. It is happening tonight. I mean, you can watch it twice. You can watch it once while it's happening, and then you can know what happens, and then you can go over and you can watch Jake talk about it. Thank you for the 50 bits. First bit donator ever is Meaty52. And we will need to redo our goals let's follower goal, end goal. Let's see. Let's see if we can do a. Let's see if we can do 20 subs in a week. Title, new followers, and after user 1/100 biddies from Cornhole Blaster. Folks, I can't wait. Me neither. I'm pumped. I'm hoping to get this emote out for all you guys. If any of you are dumb enough to spend money on me. Hey, you've already proven you are, so joke's on you. New follower goal. Let's see. We'll get ambitious. Where is it? New subbies. Let's see. 3 by the 20th. Well, we won't be too ambitious. Our goal. Where is it? Ooh. Where is it? There it is. Why is there a little scroll bar on it? Chat, why is there a scroll bar on my follower goal? What did you do? Oh, you got an ad? I thought I had ads turned off. Meaty52, thank you. I have it on good authority that that Piper will make a cameo.
Oh yeah.
Faybright, thank you for the subby. Oh, we got a hype train? Wowzers.
Oh,
We got
yeah.
Cruzantos. Robert, thank you for the prime. We are still figuring everything out. We'll do it live. Oh, we also gotta change our font. Chat, we gotta be consistent. Graffiti, that's it. Well, and now we gotta start our goal over. Thanks, chat. We're at a hype train level 1, 75%. Got things to. Hold on 1 second, chat. Alright, so we got a summer project in the works. I might be brewing some homebrew beers. Ooh, wrong tool. Anyway, we got a hype train already, chat. Incredible. Let me see if I can remember this one is ruined. Let's see. Question is, chat, can we get to level 2? We'll see. I'm not putting too much pressure on you, but we'll see. Look at those copies. Let's get some. Throw some copies out in the chat. How's everyone doing? Everyone ready? Wait, does anybody have anything anything they want me to bring up to Mimzy in the chat? You want to go a little darker, less blue. I'm gonna go a little bit darker than that. Riser Burn, thank you for the 100 bits. I feel like I should be. I don't know if I can turn up the volume on that. Thank you for the 100 bits.
Yeah.
Cornhole Blaster, thank you for the subby. We'll get you some emotes pretty soon. I don't know if this one will be done by the debate, but we will have it for you tonight regardless. If I don't finish it by the debate, I will be hanging out after to finish this. Because he needs his trash, and so do I. Which is why we come here. Because we're all like a bunch of possums, just fiends for trash. Oh god, it might be rude to ask, but just clarify the whole thing about P. Yeah, that's one thing I plan to bring up is, there's no specific topic, it's just kind of like, whatever we want to talk about, like we're just gonna ask each other questions. Like, she's got stuff to ask me, I got stuff to ask her. We got to a level 2 hype train. Thank you, chat. I can say Cornhole Blaster with another 60 bits.
Can you ask her how she can use Dave Rubin as a source and sleep at night?
I don't know if I'll ask it that way, but I will be definitely talking about some of her favorite influencers, as she calls them. Because she likes good old Ben Shabibo for some god-awful reason. I should just... She likes Candace Owens. Is Mimzy the only person left who says they respect Dave? Yeah, I really don't get why Dave is like such a right-wing grifter. Because nobody on the right even likes him. Everyone just kind of bullies him. Meaty52 with 100 bits.
Interested in hearing how she justifies her ideology and view of people in need given her sordid and troubled past.
Yeah, that's one thing I really don't get is how she went through like all that and then was like, you know what, fuck poor people.
About how she can now be so sex negative
Yeah. And she says it's because it's not good for people to do that, but like you're also coming from a perspective where you were forced into it. What if someone chooses to do that and they want to do it? You know? She's a capitalist.
Oh,
There's a demand for it.
yeah.
Yoshi Bobby, thank you for the subby. Thanks for the sub, Bobby. We're working on an emote right now. We're get a nice little. A little bit more. How's everyone doing? Hi Sushi Mom, how you doing? Yeah, I said your name. Bobby. What are you gonna do about it? Dave is a punching bag for you can use him as a puppet. Yeah, it's I don't know if I feel bad for Dave, cause like he has some real dog shit opinions, but I don't know how much of it is just the grift versus like what he really feels. Hype train success. We got through level 1 chat. I'd say that's pretty good for a first ever hype train. Did we put that on? Oh, we put that on the wrong layer, chat. How could we do this? And now we're still on the wrong layer. Chat, why you like this?
Oh, yeah.
Chapomon, thanks for the subscription. Hope you're doing well. Hope you're ready. And just a heads up, I don't know. Time 5 minutes. Let me just see if I quickly. Color this in, and then we'll see. And then I might try and just. We'll see. Let's see, let's go something more like this, and we can. Sushi Mom, thank you for the video.
I would have put things in earlier, but hype trains don't show up well when you're on mobile. Love
Yeah, I love you too, Sushi Mom. Yeah, hype trains on mobile are a doozy.
I felt bad when he was just trying to appeal to Shadowbow and then was too scared to get the game on him.
I have a feeling he was trying to appeal to Chibibo. And yeah, that's possible because like I especially don't know how he's friends with Ben Shapiro, because Ben Shapiro is just like you are not legitimate. Your relationship is illegitimate, and he like says it to his face, and he's like, I will not come to your anniversary party, and he's just like. He's just like a shit friend. Oh, we almost forgot. I think this might. Oh god.
Some pre-game good luck bits. We are all rooting for you. No pressure, you'll do great.
Thank you. I think we might finish this. Wait, was this never showing up, or did it break? Chat, I broke it. Why did no one tell me? How could you do this? There was nothing showing up the whole time. Alright, so I think we'll just save this. And I will... Alright, I will, Zoom. Let's see. You guys can't see this, right? Okay. Did you try to tell me? Oh, you did try to tell me. Okay, I'll take the blame for that one. Let me just get our Zoom meeting set up. And let's see. Alright, let me just see if I can... I will have to... Sorry, I will have to disappear from this for a second. We might have to... Okay, so... I think... Remove video capture, yes. Okay, chat. Yeah. Hello, Lyjin. Hello, how's everyone doing? I am off camera right now because I am... We have to do that for the Zoom. Show meeting invitation. See. Here's the Zoom. Ready. Okay, chat. Here. Oh, what is... KR Goss, thanks for following. What's your VTuber skin? I don't have one of those yet. We're working on it. I am working very closely with... Definitely working closely with Code Miko. And I will be Code Miko too. Who's that? Lucretia, thanks for the follow. Zonlik? Oh boy. Did Hannah's stream just get over? Is that where all these people are showing up? Wing the Ultimate Nug, thanks for following. See? I saw it before. I'm psychic. Here, you know what? We can turn this off. Unix Sinach, whatever your name is. Hannah's coming in with a raid. Oh boy, should have called spoiler alert. Alright, I will... Real quick. I guess I will, video capture device. It's where's... Ah, I'm big. We will, just be... Hold on. We're doing it live. I'll go back to where I was for a second until we know Mimzy is back, and then we will... Cam overlay. There we go. Boom. Technology. So, what was I saying? I guess we can go back to this while we're waiting on Mimzy. So, how's everyone doing? Here, let's see. Now we can finish up our buddy over here. So, let's see. I was wondering how you made straps go over. Now yeah, this is just like a transparent box I drew, and then they just kind of, there's just little transparent holes there. But that's not true. It's actually magic. I'm just waiting for let's see. He's angry. He needs his trash. Let's actually darken that in there. You know what? I will ask for chat's approval on this. I won't just release it out into the wild. I mean, it's a first emote. We're still figuring out how to size them up properly, so. I would like to, those of you who are foolish enough to subscribe. My title is wrong. Ah, you caught me. That was Danful. Oh God, Danful 4. Fuck, guys, Danful 4 is here. I'm only used to a Danful 3. Oh, and I forgot. Bat, Cow, and Goat. I thank all three of you for following. Hannah, thank you for the raid of 160. Holy shit. Alright. Wow. Pressure's on now. Thank you for the raid, Hannah. Hope what I missed of Tinfoil Tuesday was going well. We're finishing up our emote here. Oh, hold on. We got new followers. We got, oh boy, we got The Life of Mal, DM Trey, Not That Fragile, MH Dark Beast, Hannah Reloaded, Bit Mummy, Sassiest of Squatches, Baja Blast. Thank you all for the follows. Jeff Mallarts, thanks for the follow. Okay, Mimzy should be here shortly. Let me see if I can save this. Image size. Let's see, what is it? 112? Oh god, we got more. Jeff Mallarts, Bkriz, Logarth, not this one. John Falon, Crystal Hazer. Oh boy, we got, what is Twitch emotes? Hold on, let me see if I can do this real quick. People are following. Thank you. I will.
Is that someone else could kind of just.
No Fortnite streamers. Wrong thing. Dashboard. Oh, thank you for the follows. I'm checking my dashboards. Ooh. Well. Okay. I'm trying to upload an emote. So many things happening. I will definitely go through all these, and I don't know if I'll be able to shout out people during the actual debate, but we will. What was I doing? Emotes. We got 112 by 112. Okay. do you think, chat? Do you approve? You guys get the final approval on the emote. Let me just make sure Mimzy isn't trying to get into the Zoom call. Alright, okay. Anyway, let's go through with these. I got this. Crystal Hazer, E. Clark, 0908, Guar Stoneskin, Boston, Forgotten Writer, Ran the Fool, Woohululu, and Spanish Moss Shia. Thank you all for the follows. Looks good, looks good. Approval. Okay, let's see, file. Export as. We'll real quick export this, hopefully get it out there, and then my 6 brand new subbies can use it. Export. Crash remote. Play Fortnite, play Fortnite, play Fortnite. When at here. No, I said Zoom or Discord. She hasn't used either one. I just thought Zoom might be easier for her since she's not as tech savvy. Let's see. Preview. Trash. Save. Okay. I don't know if it has to get, it's pending approval, so I don't know how long that takes. How long does emote approval take? Within 48 hours. We'll see, chat. Let's see. Disabled the waiting room. Okay, so. Oh wait, actually, I should probably enable it just so I can have a quick chit chat with her before. So, we ready, chat? There's 200 of you in here, which is insane. Yeah, me too. I will feel really bad if she doesn't show up and all you are sitting here waiting. How many subs until we see feet? At 50 subs, you can see feet. 50 subs just for feet. What? 1 billion? That'll never happen. When we arrive, oh god. Yeah, medicated person got me. I'm a Freemason. I am the Illuminati. I'm here to trick you all into joining the satanic cult I run.
Hell yeah, we're ready. Let's go. Actual Jake prayer, actual Jake prayer, actual Jake love.
Thank you for the 100 biddies. Hell yeah, we're ready. Let's go. Yeah, we're just waiting on Yeah, I know that would be her issue if she didn't show, but I would still feel bad, you know. My first channel is now following. Thank you, and I think Henri, Blind Mag. Thanks for following. Also, I'm not sure if I shouted you out. Sleepy Little Satyr, thanks for following. If she doesn't show, we will probably do a trash or a trash equivalent, whatever I'm gonna call it. I haven't decided yet.
Hoping the debate happens, but have some awesome videos regardless.
Open debate happens, but have some possibilities. Thank you. We're. She saw my. She saw my message with the Zoom link. Oh. We're waiting. I want to say I'm here to be respectful and hear Mimzy out, but on the inside I'll be alone. Understandable. Yeah, I did talk to her a little bit yesterday just to do a... Oh, okay, that took a little while to come through. Yeah, I don't know, is... Gotta... Sat down, not open app. You need help with any? I might just mod you because I don't know if Balsar is and Baha are here. I mean, if either if Balsar or Baha are here, if you can. Baha, you're here. Okay, cool. Oh no! Don't start the meme. Oh no! I hope that's gonna catch on, isn't it? God. What are you anticipating?
What are you anticipating and hoping for in this debate?
I don't know. We'll see. I'm just kind of... I don't know, maybe my big expectation goal, which I don't know if it'll happen, will be maybe plant a seed, but we'll see. Mod sushi too? Okay. Let's see. I guess I'll mod sushi. There you go. Just in case. Resno12, thanks for the follow. Let's see. Come on, Mimzy. We're waiting. We're ready to go. I really hope she didn't, misunderstand me about time zone. There wasn't a misunderstanding about time zones. And I'm like... New emote? Yeah, that's the new emote. It's pending approval. So, we're waiting on that. Do we want to do anything in the meantime? Do we want to watch a Snortling's Hollow? We used it. I did a test video call, Zoom call with her yesterday, so, and that worked fine. Did she say what time zone she was in? No, but I said Eastern. Maybe. She didn't hear that part, but maybe yes. We're gonna watch a Snortling's Hollow in the meantime. KR Goss, thanks for the 50. What do I normally stream? Kind of like a mix of things right now. I'm just kind of seeing what sticks. I do some political stuff, some no, that I want to save, keep the full size version saved. Um, I think she's
Oh, yeah.
Donlick. Thank you for the Prime subby. Give me, give me those Bezos bucks. I need it more than Jeff Bezos does. He doesn't need it at all. All right, let's window capture. Come on, cancel. Come on, gonna show up. Maybe we'll just do a display capture. Or we'll just do that real quick. And I'll keep that over on that side. Bezos, Bucky's, hell yeah. Alright. We can watch a Snortling Hollow in the meantime. And for those of you who are unaware, this is Mimzy's usual content. We're just taking a little peeksy at it in the meantime while we're waiting. Oh boy. So let's see what we let's see.
Oh,
Who is
yeah.
well Hululu, thank you for the subby. Hope those emotes get to you soon. Thank you, Canadian left support. Is Piper gonna be a part of this guy? I heard Piper may make a cameo appearance. We'll see. That you'll just have to stick around and see. Um, yeah, thank you. Eyebrows. You need them for all those big Twitch streamer expressions. All right. We're watching a Snortling. Should we watch a rap video or what what else what else is happening? Clef Clavafusna. Some of y'all got some weird ass usernames. Club. Oh gosh, why does that feature on Windows? Where if you like jiggle one of the windows a little too much, it just kind of makes all the other ones minimize. Let's see. I've seen most of them, so go back to a classic. Let's do a any preferences. Yeah, I'm not sure she quite understands that we probably make up a big chunk of her fan base. Like I know somebody from Jake's fan group, one of Jake's fans, I forget who it um is like one of her like three patrons, and I think somebody else is from Shoe on Head. I think Piper can do better than Milo, in my opinion. He's just like a crappy centrist. Let's see. Singing Reaper, is that who it is? You guys ready for the banger of an opening? Who's ready? It's a beautiful day in Snortling's Hollow. You can learn a little something. Would you like to follow? You left, but you might wanna go right. Let's take a little trip and you can shed some light. So don't agree with our point of view. You don't have to make a big to-do. Just watch a little video who's stopping you. We're not trying to tell you what to do. She changes it up just a little bit every time, and it makes it hard to sing along with.
Available on Amazon. Link in the description below. Hi there, it's me, Mimzy Moon, your favorite host with a conservative show for people 13 and up. And I'm Piper, your favorite non-conservative co-host who is a monster. And we are here to teach you values and lessons from a conservative point of view. I'm not. Okay, just me then. I'm here to keep her in check so she doesn't go all crazy, right-wing radical on you.
Oh, we got another subby who's
Yikes.
Tom G666. Thank you for the sub. Whoa! Zonlik, 5 gifted subs.
Oh,
Hold up, Piper. We got. Oh, that's why it said. See, that notification is important. Zonlik gifted 5 tier 1 subs to Tom G666. Say what, Steve? Tylo Pokemon, Brandon Barrett, and CatCat7. Thank you, Zonlik. You're incredible. Thank you guys for the support. Yeah, agree, Jalen. What was it? Did the watching of the video bit get ended after she started getting attention? No, I think it was there from the beginning. I mean, we can go find out. And I also found out she started doing the book series first, and then we got as her biggest Patreon.
Get added after she started getting attention. It's so defensive.
And then we got Karagos as her biggest Patreon supporter. I should message her to get on. Are you really?
As her biggest Patreon supporter, I should message her to get on.
Oh boy. I hope she's not Central Time and thought I meant 8:30 Central. Or no, Central Time would be fine. Let me look at US times. Is okay. Alright. So as long as she's not in this little chunk of Texas, assuming the confusion is time zones. Oh, we got more follows. Hold up. Snowstorm the Fox, it's Ken Spector, and Reweaver. Thank you all for the follows. So yeah, so it might be another half hour. That might be it. So yeah. Alright, so we'll watch here. This is the first Snortlings Hollow. So we'll see how much she's improved. Oh god. Her sound on that improved. And something oh.
But you might wanna go right. Let's take a little trip and it could shed some light. If you don't agree with our point of view, you don't have to make a big to-do. Just watch another video who's stopping you.
Oh, it's chat being horny.
We're not trying to tell you what to do. Today's episode is brought to you by Adventures in Snortlings Hollow, the book series.
Okay, and something she did tell me, this was like her first time doing any video stuff. So before this, she wasn't really in like home. She didn't say like she didn't even do like home movies or anything. It was thank you. It was she just decided to do this after making her book series. Which are there? There are 10? I guess there are 10. I think Jake
Link
has
in
the
the
first
description
one.
below. Hi everyone, my name is Mimzy Moon. Welcome to my new show. I want to teach you lessons
Yeah, and
and
I will
values
just
from
say,
a conservative point of view.
the one thing
You
she did
are probably
say was, we're not going to talk about Paisley. Like, just maybe just like mentioning her, but Paisley has said that she doesn't really want to her like past talked about online, so I'm fine with that. Yeah, I think Paisley does the camera work, I would assume. I would assume it's her. Yeah, the books are just like the like this section where like she goes to Snortling's Hollow. And I think it's just that part.
thinking that that sounds pretty boring, aren't you? Well, I am going to do my best to make things
Uh,
fun and interesting for you because I want you to
half
come
stack
back.
the.
And I have a
Wait, what?
very
You bet. Stream's over. Robert ruined it for everyone. That's it. It's done. How dare you? I can't believe I should have known better. Click a link from you. Why are you saying clip it? You can clip it, you lazy fuck.
important message to teach you. And I am going to get a little help from some of my friends. And here's one now.
What convenient timing.
Piper! I was just about to come knocking on your door. Oh, really? And why is that? Because today is the day that I start my new show. Did you forget? Yeah, I guess I forgot all about it. Well, it's not too late. You want to come and join? Yeah, hit me up. All right. Okay. Hi,
I always find
everybody.
like it would like how people acknowledge that like the breaking like the fourth wall of puppets. Like the where they kind of acknowledge that like the other person has like their hand shoved up their ass. Hey, yeah, this is the first episode.
Because I want you to
Half
come
stack
back,
the.
and I have a
Wait, what?
very
You bet. You got me. You earned it. Stream's over. Robert ruined it for everyone. Oh, it's just it's done. No, it's just. And is this new? I've never noticed that before. It shows if they're live on the clip. Or just- What? Oh, okay. Oh, okay. You got. all my friends from are just all saying hi to each other. But anyway, come on, Mimsy. We got chat waiting. I just let her know I'm live in case that was misleading before. But let's get back to watching some of the classics.
This is my friend and neighbor Piper. I thought she'd be the perfect co-host for my show because she and I have very different points of view. In fact, we don't agree.
Yeah, she might have just thought she meant 8:30 her time.
But I'm the nice one. Oh, okay, Piper, if you say so.
Because originally she thought I said 8, but she might have like already converted it in her head. Because like she might have just said 8 because that was 8 her time, and I was like, oh no, I was saying 9. And then, so I mean, we can watch. We got. I think she actually understands time zones, unlike Dave does. But for those of you who don't know Dave, Lord of Patriarchy, let's see, he's wait, is this a different guy? Who is this? Who the hell is this guy? Swear to God. No. You know what? You're done, right? You're done. I'm not clicking on any link from you ever. Oh, this is him. Wait, let's see if he'll do it. Wait. Your video started, Dave. Oh, he's moving himself after he starts.
Okie dokie.
What is that?
Okie dokie.
This is like the bit you cut out, but he did it live. No, no. It's the same link. That's it. You didn't even get a different Rickroll video. But if you look on his clocks, these are supposed to be like the different time zones. But you can see this one is like off by 20 minutes from this one, which is off by like an hour and like 10 minutes off of this one, which they're just like not lined up at all. I think at this point they were broken though. And he just left them because he's afraid to try on anything. But where's the Republican? We're waiting for her to show up. I think she might have assumed I meant 8:30 her time, which I assume is Central. So we're waiting a little bit, but we're just watching the first episode of Snortling's Hollow to as a warm up.
What are those over there? Are they cookies? Can I have...
Oh god, this is the socialist one.
Oh, you mean these? No, I don't think
Believe.
so.
Did you increase the volume on your end?
But what did you say
yes,
when I
yes.
asked you if you would go and have these with me on the cost of the ingredients? Well,
Is that better?
I am a little short on funds right
Is
now.
that-
Oh, wow, Piper. What a cute outfit. Is it new? Yeah. I mean,
Yeah, hopefully
this is
that's better. I boosted both
Mhm.
things a little bit.
And what did you say when I asked if you would go to the store and help me buy the ingredients? Well, my favorite show was on. Mm-hmm. And what did you say when I asked if you would
Poet
help
Lover
me make the
72, thank you
cookies?
for the follow.
I think I said
Let's
absolutely.
check.
Well, that's not exactly how I remember it. Well, you asked me right at my nap time.
Oh, did I?
So now do you see why I won't give you a cookie?
Title.
Yeah, because you're a big meanie. But that's okay. I don't want
redoing
one of
the
your
followers.
nasty cookies anyway.
'Cause
I was just
I
trying
actually-
to be nice.
I already
Oh,
did it.
I
So.
see. Anyway, I'm sure
I should have
nobody
kept the
wants to hear
followers one,
any
but-
more about your terrible baking. Is this your idea of a show? I'm sure they would rather hear me sing my new favorite song. Ahem. No, 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 no. Can you just sit down? Stop walking around. I'm all like, no, 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 no. Don't be so dumb.
She did get a little better at the let's see, on the Call Me Carson. I actually haven't looked at it at all. But so I literally know nothing about it. I never watched Call Me Carson, so I just never looked at it. I was like, yeah, I'll look at it tomorrow, and then tomorrow became tomorrow, and then tomorrow. Noodles Lolcat, thank you for the follow. We're waiting on Mimzy. Watching a classic episode of Snorting Following the Process.
Don't step on my dress. You gotta chill out.
At least she did get a bit better at the
That was great. I don't
ventriloquism.
think those were quite the right words, though. Oh yeah, I'm pretty sure those were the words. My girl, Tay Swiffy. Okay, let's just get back to the theme of today's show. There's a theme? Yeah. Today's theme is, it's going to be about feeling entitled to something that you haven't earned. OMG. Are we still talking about your gross cookies? Oh, my terrible cookies. I won't share them with anyone. Nom, 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 nom. That's very funny.
Play football?
You are a very
No.
funny girl. But the
Do I look
cookies
like I
aren't
play
really the
football?
point. It's the principle of it. I think there's a lesson to be learned here. Oh yeah, I know that. That was my plan all along. I'm just trying to help you out. I am the co-host, you know. You're welcome. So how about I...
And I did ask her about this. Mimsy did not make Piper. What she did was there's a company that sells like the basic monster puppets, and then you can, so it'll just have like the fur, the eyes, it won't have the eyelashes, and then she bought or made clothes and all the other accessories for them. I mean, yeah, I could probably size up against like Moist Critical. Oh, oh, she's here, chat. We will be right back. I will get her set up, and then we'll be ready. All right, one sec.
Hello? Hey, I'm here. Can you see me? I can see you. Oh, start video. Okay. Hi, everybody. My people. Oh, okay.
Unmute. All right, chat. We're ready. We're here. You're good to go, right? Good. Oh yeah. Hold on, Piper. We're working on it. Where's it? Display capture. There it is. That source. There we go. Chat. She's here.
Hi,
How's?
everyone.
All right. So, I assume. Did you think you're Central Time, right?
Yes,
Okay.
I'm in Texas.
Okay.
I'm like Chicago, yeah, like Central
So
Time.
that
Yeah.
might have been why you thought 8 when I was saying 8.
Oh, am I early? You sent
No,
me a link, said come on over. Am I early or
no. You're
early? Am
fine.
I right? Okay.
Because when we said 8:30, I think when you were saying 8 yesterday, I
I
think you were
changed it
saying
to you.
8 your time, which would be
Yeah.
9 my time.
Okay. Where
Okay,
are
so
you? What state
I'm
are you in?
I'm New York.
Oh, New York. All right.
Okay, yeah, so
You
I'm
lived
East
there a
Coast.
long time. You don't have a New York accent.
I'm further upstate.
Oh, okay.
Although you'll probably notice I probably talk pretty fast compared to somebody in Texas,
Oh
which
yeah.
is something I
No,
heard. I don't
I
know.
haven't noticed that you talk fast at all. Actually.
I haven't noticed it. That's what I've heard. Chat is saying hi, Piper. Hi, Mimzy.
Hi everyone. I can't see the chat.
All right, so let me. I have some notes that I did want to pull up, just to keep track.
Ask me anything you want.
All right. Well, while Piper is here, I got a question for Piper. How does it feel to be a straw man?
A Strawman. Well, that's my last name. Are you referring to my last name, Piper Strawman?
That's amazing. It means you don't. You're a you're like a you're not what people actually on the left actually believe. You're just like it's
Are you
like
trying to say that no other people on the left believe like I do? I find that hard to believe.
most don't.
Most, well, maybe I'm a original then. I don't know.
Um, if you
Just
don't,
being me.
um, yeah. So, oh boy, yeah. So, if you are you familiar with the concept of a straw man?
Well, you can go ahead and explain it to me if you want.
Okay, so basically the idea is like the term comes from it's easier to knock over a straw man than a real person. So the idea is you build up a weaker, sort of bare bones, minimal, kind of shitty version of somebody's argument,
Mm-hmm.
and then you knock that over instead of knocking over their real argument.
Did
Yes.
you know that, Mimzy? Yeah, I'm familiar.
Okay. Hey, and I guess while Piper's here, I talked about this in chat for a little bit while you were well while we were waiting. Um, you
Oh, you're
about
talking about her while you're all.
I
They
was
were
actually
talking
talking.
about you, Mimzy. They don't like you.
um, we were talking about how you made Piper because at first I wasn't sure if you made Piper, but then you told me that you got a like a pre-made monster puppet and then dressed it up to
What the fuck?
should do stand up instead of this. Um.
All right, I'm gonna put Piper down because I don't think
Okay.
she wants to hear this.
All right.
You go sit over there, Piper. Go play with your phone.
Oh my god.
I can bring her back if you want.
Yeah. Well, I was just talking about it first because we were watching a bit of the your first episode of Snortling's Hollow. And I was
That was
saying,
my first episode. It wasn't too bad for my very first try, right?
yeah, it wasn't bad. A little,
All right.
some stuff slowly improved of just like audio quality, and that's just gonna,
That's like that with everyone.
yeah, it's any show is gonna. I mean, you look at Smosh; some of their first videos are a hot mess, quality wise, but yeah. So just yeah. So I was saying you got like a pre-made monster puppet, and then like you dressed them up, and
Yeah.
okay, all right. So
If I had to make a puppet, I could, but
yeah, I
seems like a pain in the ass.
yeah, I almost made one for a project a while ago, but
I made marionettes in the past.
that's
Those are
cool.
fun.
Yeah. All right. So the first thing I wanted to talk about was your kind of strange marketing confusion with the show of like
All right.
you claim to be 13 plus, but the aesthetic of it is this very ADHD kid friendly aesthetic of it. But
Okay. I would be happy to tell you all about it. So, the thing is, like at first, my idea was that it was going to be for kids from 9 to 99, right?
Mhm.
That was my original plan. So, even knowing that even 9-year-olds aren't 3-year-olds, like I'm not stupid. Like people think I'm just really clueless and I'm out of touch with, the kids these days. Oh, she thinks that, kids like puppets. It's not really like that. I'm just kind of doing my own thing. And when I first started and I opened up my first YouTube, when I opened up the account and I had my plans to download my first show, I had like recorded like 3 and I'd written like 10 of them.
Mhm.
I didn't know about that it was for 13 and up. I thought that you
Yeah,
could put
yeah,
anything you
YouTube.
wanted on YouTube.
It
Yeah, but
it
then I
wasn't
found
like
out
that.
you
Yeah,
can't put anything out there that you're intending to be for anyone under
yeah.
13.
Even if it's like non like even if it is non-political content, like I can't just make and advertise like little funny animations for children
Yeah.
because YouTube had a big issue with this.
Mm-hmm.
Like I'm not sure if you're familiar with the whole reason of why it happened, but basically,
Mm-hmm.
so on TV, there are laws that affect what like commercials you can put on during a children's show
Mm-hmm.
and what laws you can't. So like you can't play an ad for like Power Rangers toys during the Power Rangers show because kids haven't developed like the sense to separate what is a commercial from what is a show. So they'll think, "Oh, this is the same show. I need to tell my parents to go buy me this." And
Mm-hmm.
it's just considered unethical, and YouTube was basically doing that with YouTube advertisements because if you notice, you'll watch like I watch some atheist content and the title will say something about the Bible and I'll get like a Bible college ad with on that video. Even though it's an atheist video, but it detects Bible in the title and it'll say, "Oh, Bible, this
Mm-hmm.
ad has a tag for Bible, put it in." So, yeah, so your original okay, so it was originally you didn't know about YouTube's policy
Yeah,
on that.
I didn't understand. But when I did understand, I didn't want to scrap my whole idea, you
Hmm.
know, because I said, well, I was intending it to be from 9 to 99. So
Okay.
let me just direct it towards 13 to 99.
Okay.
So it wasn't much of a big stretch. So I just changed my shows. I changed the plan. I started to add um, content that I thought was more appropriate for an older audience. And I just kept it. basically that's it, and
Okay.
I'm very sure, like the last few episodes I did, I like decided to turn over a new leaf. At first I was trying to keep it
Yeah, I
family
noticed that
friendly.
recently.
Yeah, was trying to keep it family friendly, even though I was trying to appeal to older than 9, but I
Hmm.
still wanted, it's a family friendly show. You could share it with your younger people in your life and whatnot. I kind of gave up on that. So
Okay.
I'm just like, if you can't handle like bad words and stuff, you probably shouldn't be on YouTube. So I just say whatever I want.
Okay.
But people liked it. I
Yeah.
mean, sort of
Yeah.
in a cringy way. I understand. Like, I'm self aware. Like, people think, oh, she doesn't even know that she's, yeah, No,
Yeah.
I know,
Yeah. At first, I didn't like. At first, I couldn't tell if there was an element of self aware, but especially after talking with you, like the little quick talk we had yesterday, I was like, oh, there's a good amount of self aware. She knows it's.
I consider it a parody of a kid's show.
Yeah. Okay. Um. So another thing that really surprised me coming from you, because you're bi, correct?
Mm-hmm.
Is how you had that one episode. I forget which one it was, where the Snortlings were complaining that they were teaching that it's okay to be not straight
Yeah.
or cis in
I
sex ed.
addressed that in a later video, though.
Okay, I
In
might have
that
missed.
video, the shoe on head video,
Okay,
the
I
one
didn't
I
see the
did.
full shoe on head one.
Yeah, I addressed it there. But
Okay.
I know it's, I wasn't totally clear. There's a couple, it seems like every time she does a video about me, she picks something else. She did it last time too, and she made me kind of look like a white nationalist or something. I've addressed that too on my upcoming show. So
Okay.
I'm not homophobic or
Okay.
racist or
So,
anything like
do you
that. I
think
mean,
they should?
according to people on the left, I probably am, but
Do you think
according to
they should?
me, I'm not.
Do you think they should like talk about gay sex in sex ed?
Well, I do feel a little bit differently than I know that most people on the left feel about it, because y'all are real pro ho,
Yeah,
you
sex
know?
work is work.
Yeah, but I don't really see it that way. And people think that, oh, it's because you had a bad experience when you were a hoe, or a sex worker. And I really didn't. Like, I honestly didn't.
Mhm.
Like, I was never raped or robbed or pimped out. I always was independent. I worked for myself. I started out as a streetwalker when I was a teenager, but I eventually ended up, having my own massage business. And, I thought that I was an entrepreneur and all of that, So it wasn't like, oh, just because you had a bad experience. It's not really like that. But I guess I'm kind of getting off topic. So you kind of want to know,
Yeah,
um,
I want
yeah,
we
how
can
I,
talk about that later, but I want to talk
okay,
about like try and narrow it into like the sex
okay.
ed stuff.
So the sex ed stuff, the way that I feel about it, and this is what I said in that video, is that yes, I'm for sex ed, teaching kids obviously where babies come from, anatomy, things
Hmm.
like that, and also some things about the facts of life. Like, there are gay people in the world and they're just like you and me, and they just happen to love someone else that, is maybe different from you. And, you have to be accepting of all types of people. And yeah, we should have some of that in there as well. Um, but I kind of think that a lot should be left up to the parents to decide what they want to teach their kids.
Okay.
I don't think that when you have a kid, it belongs to society. I mean, it's still your kid. You can raise it the way you want to. If you want to raise it like a liberal, you can. If you want to raise it like a conservative, you can. If you want to raise it to be Muslim or, I guess, a white supremacist, like, if you want to, I guess you shouldn't, but like, they're your kid. No
Well,
one should be able, the government or anyone shouldn't be able to come in and tell you how to raise your kid unless
so
you're abusing them, neglecting them, locking them up. So I really think
so
that
if
it's up to
like
the school to teach kids like the basics, but like morality is up to the
so
parents.
but I so do you think schools should teach about like condoms and other forms
Yeah.
of birth control?
Yes, birth control for sure. I'm
Okay.
all for birth control
Okay.
because I'm not,
Cuz
I'm
yeah,
not big on a bunch of unwanted children.
cuz
You know.
yeah, like I was going to
Yeah.
say cuz like whether you like it or not, teenagers are going to fuck cuz like
Yeah.
it's what they
But
do.
I also think that they should offer the possibility like that it's a valid choice to be abstinent or to wait till marriage or wait till you're an adult or
Okay.
wait until you're in a
'Cause
stable relationship. That's also a valid
yeah,
choice.
yeah. And also if you're ace, like if you just don't want to, like that's fine.
Oh, absolutely. Those are
Um,
valid choices.
yeah.
I just don't want them to. I don't want them to come off as saying that um, that abstinence, wait until your marriage, whatever is it's not rational. It's not going to happen. Like, forget about that. That's kids are going to fuck. So let's just let's
Well,
just teach them
yeah,
how to have a one night stand and how to because they kind of do like. Uh, I've heard a lot of parents complaining about what they're teaching kids in school,
well,
and
that's
I
because they want to
can't know
teach them
firsthand.
abstinence only.
Huh?
That's because a lot of the people who complain want to teach them abstinence only. And states where they do teach abstinence only have some of the highest STD and teen pregnancy rates.
Well, if their parents want to teach them abstinence only, they should be able to.
Well, yeah, yeah, but like
I mean, sometimes your kids get fucked up, and sometimes you fuck them
They're
up,
by
and that just
choices.
fucking happens,
yeah, and
Like
but
you can't.
like
The government can't come in
in
and protect everybody
in
from
states
everything.
where the school sex ed is
Uh-huh.
primarily abstinence, is abstinence only, like Utah. I know Utah is one of the big ones. They have very, very high STD rates and very high teen pregnancy rates compared to other states where
Really?
they teach about birth control use and contraception.
Yeah. I don't. I think they should teach about those things,
And
but
okay,
also waiting till marriage is a valid option
okay,
as well.
I am personally I am against waiting until marriage because I think it will force a lot of younger people to rush into a marriage just because they're horny and they want to fuck. And then you're in a marriage, and then if you don't get along, because like I know one story I know through somebody who I watch on YouTube, Jimmy Snow. I'm not sure if you're familiar with him, Mr. Atheist.
Mm-mm.
He used to be a Mormon, and he was about to get married at like 18 or 19, just because he wanted to fuck.
Mm-hmm.
No other, pretty much, they were just in like a normal, fairly young person relationship, and they were gonna get married, just so it was okay for them to fuck each other.
I see your point.
And
I see your
then
point.
if you realize you're not compatible, like then you got a whole divorce to deal with, and
I see your point.
and it's I think it's I think I'm fine with saying maybe wait until you're in a stable relationship, but
Mhm.
I don't think marriage has anything to do with that. It's just a piece of paper.
Okay.
And
I can see both sides of that. Some people think getting. I think that it's more important to get married if you're planning on having children.
I could see that.
Yeah.
What
Um,
about people on disability who can't get married without losing their benefits? Do
oh,
they have to be abstinent?
Where are you? That looks real rustic where you are.
oh, I'm. This is a just like a little like back room. My dad used to collect like beer glasses.
Mm-hmm.
That's what all those are. And then this is my dad's whole CD collection.
Okay.
Yeah. And then we just have like this wood paneling. Um, so, was
This
there
is the
anything?
dust.
Uh, okay, so it's just maybe you clarified it more in the shoe on head that I didn't see it because it was just like
Yeah, I did.
it seemed very confusing that you were saying like, oh, they're teaching kids it's okay to be gender fluid and trans and
They're
gay.
more like normalizing, and maybe I could have put it differently because when she pointed it out, I was like, yeah, that did look kind of bad. That's why I really wanted to clear
Is
it
there a
up.
problem
I'm
with
not
normalizing being trans?
well. The problem that parents have with that whole situation is that it's it it's they feel that there's an agenda being pushed on the kids, a gay agenda.
We're not doing a very good job of it.
I think you all are doing a pretty good job of it, honestly. Like, I think the trans
Haven't-
kids there's like 4,000% rise.
Well, that's gonna be anything when it's more acceptable to come out. Like,
A
I'm
lot of
sure
people
if you
change their
look in
minds though
maybe
later on.
like I don't, maybe 80s
They,
or 90s when it was starting to become like socially acceptable to be openly gay. Like
mhm.
even though that you still couldn't get married legally in the states or in most states. I'm sure in like I don't know when exactly it was, but there was a big rise in people who and suddenly it's like everyone's gay and it's like but it's just people are more aware of it. A good comparison I thought of was have you ever gotten like a new car or something and maybe it doesn't have to be like a new car but like new to you and then all of a sudden you're driving on the road and you see it everywhere. You
Yeah,
drive around, hey, there's another.
that happens to me all the time,
Yeah,
actually.
like
I
I
notice
had
that.
a Hyundai
Very.
Tucson and I was like, oh, there's a Tucson, there's a Tucson, there's a Tucson. And it's not because everyone else suddenly got Hyundai Tucsons. It's because you became more aware of it.
Well, when I was young, it was really popular to be gay, and there was half most of the people that I hung out with when I was a teenager were gay, but there were quite a few that were trending gay, curious, um, wanted to be like the cool kids. You know what I mean? That happens like with kids.
I mean, it's
If they
still not
think it makes them
exactly the
special,
cool thing to come out as trans.
it makes them feel special.
I
And
mean,
a lot of
I
times kids are have a lot of they have a lot of insecurity with their body.
I get
They might feel like they're in the wrong body,
and
but they're not really trans. But
and
the
then
trans kids get so much attention that they might believe that they are. It's like a yeah, it's like a it happens. It's
you know that there's like the
like a social pressure,
the rate of
like
regret
a
for
trend.
transition is lower than the rate of regret for like knee surgery.
No, I was not aware of that.
So like, like when
But I
people
have heard that 90% of kids who think that they're trans grow out of it.
that's not a real that was false. I don't
It
know
seems
what
high, right? 90%.
it's not 90%.
Was it like 80%?
I can try and find it. Oh, what percent of people detran? And then also a good chunk of that um oh, just trying to look through this and find a number. See percent. Around 8% of
8%.
reported detransitioning.
Not detransitioning, but
Well, detransitioning would even be detransitioning socially. Like just going back to your
there's some really wildly varying statistics out there, that
Trans trend is
went from
unreal. Your bench shadow
90%
vote is showing.
to 8%.
okay, around
I
62.
didn't write down a lot of like facts to debate or anything
Yeah,
like that.
I don't have any statistics. I just googled this right now. Around
There's people
62%.
out there writing books and stuff. I mean, I wish I could give you their names, but I can't
Yeah.
think of them
Around
offhand.
62% detransition temporarily, and I would imagine most of that was due to pressure. Yeah, most of that was due to pressure from a parent or people around them being transphobic.
Obviously, depending on the source, that people are going to twist things to make it look different. Like if I'm getting things from my right leaning sources, they're going to look different than the same information that you're getting from a left leaning source. You know, I
Well,
mostly watch right leaning content. I
yeah,
try
I saw
not
your.
Yeah, I try not to stay in a bubble. I try to watch things from all sides, but I'm attracted to the right leaning content, you know? when I watch the left-leaning content, I do it because I have to, so I watch the right-leaning content, and that's where I get most of my information from. But obviously, it's going to look completely different because you can pretty much take similar facts and twist them to look, to meet your narrative.
There's still a really very low rate of detransitioning, and also a good chunk of that is from pressure because people come out as trans and they realize how much shit they get. Like trans people are just like stabbed in the street, and it's like it's what you get for being trans. Like,
is there really a big statistic of that?
Oh,
okay, this
yeah.
is what people on the right think about that. This is what people that they're putting themselves in dangerous situations. A lot of trans people are prostitutes, and prostitutes have a higher instance of getting killed, getting stabbed, because they put themselves into dangerous situations. So are most of the
Okay.
And they also say, the statistics or whatever, the facts that I learn about that is that every trans person who gets killed in any kind of way, they put it into that list too. Like if they just get killed has nothing to do with them being trans. You know what I mean? Kind of like the COVID thing, like anybody who has COVID and dies from falling off a ladder or a car accident, they're still going to call it a COVID death.
If you die from pneumonia and you have COVID, you're weakened because it's like AIDS. People don't die.
No, car accidents and accidents and stuff like that, they still put them on the list as being COVID deaths if they have COVID and die.
Conspiracy. Like it's like some like Steven Crowder nonsense. So in 2020, at least 43. This is from, what's the date on this? This is from the Human Rights Organization. I don't. Let's do 2019. 2019 or 25, but and you do realize that the trans panic defense exists, right? Do you know about that? So there's a legal defense. Let me see how many states it's legal in. Panic defense. It is legal in how many states? There's one that has a map key. All right. I think it's legal in most states. It looks like everything. Here. Okay, so it's not allowed in. You're not allowed to use this defense in Hawaii, California, Nevada, Illinois, New York, Connecticut, Rhode Island, or Maine. And it is, as a legal defense for murdering someone, you can say, I was so shocked by them being gay or trans that I killed them. And that is a legal defense you can use in most states.
So, like when they were getting ready to have sex with them, they discovered there was a penis there when they were looking for a vagina, that kind of thing.
And then they murder them.
Like, I saw you walking down the street and I was so surprised by you.
Either one. It's you're. It is banned in, let's see, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8. So in 42 states, it is legal. To be.
See, you know what? That sounds fucked up.
Yeah.
But I was looking up a previous statistic about how many kids grow out of believing that they're transgender.
Mm-hmm.
I just pulled up like a study here. It says phenomenon of transgender children growing out of their transgender identity by the time they're adolescents or adults is 65 to 94%, depending on the study that you're looking at.
And what was that?
Studies used to show 94%, and now they're showing 65%.
What is it? Where is that from?
KQED organization. Science as some sort of science organization.
Okay, that might be.
Source of a transition.
But and does it say how many of that was temporary or how many that was?
I
Because
don't know. I could keep
the
on reading,
the
but
stat I found, which was I think it was from NBC, but it said the same 64 number for recently, but that was temporary.
mhm.
So those were people who were like, they grew up, they probably got a lot of shit for being trans, and then they went back in the closet just because it was they were getting a lot of hate for it, and then later came back out when they moved somewhere else or moved out of their house probably. I imagine it's a lot of parents who are scummy and like continuously dead name and mock their kids. Um, it's it's very like I know you watched Ben Shabibo, who is very homophobic and very transphobic openly. Like we chat and I were talking about Dave Rubin
I
earlier.
love Dave Rubin.
Oh, and how I don't understand how Dave Rubin is friends with Ben Shapiro because Ben Shapiro constantly says your marriage is not legitimate, and
Well, it's his religious belief.
yeah, but like how are you friends with some? It's like I just
I agree to disagree.
like I, I also just like feel
He
like
respects his religious views. It's like, well, I respect. They don't hate each other. He doesn't hate him for being gay. It's just like it goes against my religious views. So I don't believe in gay marriage, but it's not my place to judge you. You know,
I mean he
he's free
thinks
to have his
it
own
should
belief.
be illegal.
It should be illegal to not believe. That's what I saw.
No, no,
Like
he said
one of your
Ben.
videos about me, like not the last one you did, but like one before that,
Mhm.
and you made it seem like you thought that you should be able to tell people how to believe, and if they don't believe that way, you need to like kind of re-educate them or silence them. You did say something like that.
Well,
Like, well,
I think like to an extent you like was this like in terms of like social media stuff probably.
maybe I don't really remember the
It was probably in
content.
terms of social media because like I think the video I was watching might have been about like the YouTube censorship or something like that, and I think YouTube does have responsibility to
You can't agree to disagree
not
on a person's right to exist.
like promote conspiracy theories. Like YouTube does take some responsibility because like you can't just go around claiming like QAnon was what it was a big one that like got like just wiped off of YouTube. They're just like QAnon, it's gone. Anything mentioning QAnon, we wiped it off the platform. Are you familiar with QAnon?
Not really, wasn't it? It has something to do with like the pe- the pizza parlor and
Yeah, Pizzagate.
the Pizzagate
So
thing.
the general summary of it is that Democrats are a secret cabal of Satanists who torture children and extract adrenochrome from them and then get high off of it. And they have this like secret underground basement that was supposedly under that pizza place in DC that a lot of politicians go to because it's right near like what the White House and like the Capitol building, that whole area. And I'm guessing it's a good pizza place that too. And supposedly there was like a that under that basement is where they kept a lot of kids, where they tortured them and extracted adrenochrome. And
What's adrenochrome? Is that a real thing?
it is a real chemical. Basically, it's like I think it's what your brain produces out of like a fear response,
Mm-hmm.
and it's a real chemical, but it can also be synthesized very easily. So that was another thing that kind of really debunked it, that it would be way easier and cheaper to just, if you were to do it as a drug, synthesize it. And basically, I think it goes back to like, was it 1984 maybe? Some book like that. No, Fear and Loathing in Las Vegas, where like the main character in that movie does it as a drug, but it doesn't get you. I mean, you've done drugs, so you know it doesn't get you high. Like there would be no recreational benefit to taking it, and it's
What
just
would
like
be the benefit? Like maybe it helps you live longer or stay younger or
there
something like
there
that.
really isn't one,
Helpful
because
thing.
it's all made up conspiracy nonsense. And they were basically saying like, Hillary Clinton is a literal demon, like she is spawned out of hell and and they're infiltrating our world, and they're trying to take us over. And it's,
I can get into some conspiracy theories, but that one's even a little too much for me.
yeah, it's like you have
I
to
used to
believe that
really try to go
these,
down the rabbit hole with a lot of that stuff, and I do remember learning about that Pizzagate thing a while back.
yeah. And a fun fact,
There's something.
that place doesn't even have a basement. Like there is no basement in the building. Never mind like one where they kept children. So. And some guy actually went there with a gun to go free the children at one point.
Hmm.
And yeah, so I think that YouTube does take, and Twitter and other platforms do have some responsibility to filter what is on their platform, to not allow these people to just say whatever they want, these baseless claims.
Hmm.
Or at least what some have been
I
doing,
don't you
putting a
can't you
little
agree
title
they might
card.
go a little bit overboard though sometimes, where they're just fact checking conservative points of view and not liberal or leftist points of view.
Well, because a lot of the conservative points of view are just baseless.
Says them, though. Says them.
Well, they've been proven base.
Well, so a lot of the leftist, liberal, whatever, democratic points of view are baseless too, or they're just conjecture. They're just
Like what?
um gosh, I wish I'd taken some notes now. I'm not very good when I put on the spot. But let's see. Just like political stuff, there okay, the whole like a Russiagate thing, with Trump.
That
So
was
they
the
put
FBI
a whole
agreed.
bunch of speculation and everything, but whenever they wanted to talk, people on the right wanted to talk about Joe Biden and his son,
Well,
and that's
because
the
the
thing they
FBI
really have
and
to talk
every
about.
other intelligence agency in the world agreed that Russia colluded into had an impact into our election in 2016. The
But
FBI,
not everybody agrees with these
the
narratives. Some
FBI
facts
and
one
every
fact.
other intelligence
It turned out
agency.
not to be true, didn't it?
No, it was true. The
But
FBI said it
some
was true.
no, I it,
And also the thing with Russia in the 2016 election, it wasn't literally like Russia was making fake votes. It was Russia's misinformation campaigns and the
they had
whole,
some like Facebook ads and stuff like
a
that,
lot of
right?
things on Facebook, and
But Trump,
that's
they
where a
never
lot of
pressed
this
any charges against Trump for like
there
tweeting
that's
like
where a lot of
crazy
this
or anything.
misinformation stuff in terms of social media came
Mhm.
from. Is a lot of it came from the Russia involvement in 2016, where they were putting these misinformation campaigns out. I think, I don't know about this, but I think maybe that they had a good bit to do with the Hillary email thing. That was just, they were dumping out loads and loads of content with little teeny tiny bits of useful information. So we can just say we found thousands and thousands of emails, but like maybe one of them is anything of substance. Like, don't get me wrong, I fucking hate Hillary. She would have sucked too. And Joe Biden sucks. I can't. He's a neolib. And and then the Hunter Biden thing has all the same marks of a Russia misinformation campaign as some of the other stuff that happened in 2016. Because I'm not sure if you know this, but supposedly it happened because Hunter Biden, who lives in California, supposedly went across the country to Vermont to a little mom and pop computer repair shop where he left his laptop there, and then they just went through his laptop and gave it to somebody else who said they found the stuff about Ukraine. And even still, that's Hunter Biden, who I'm pretty sure you know did not run for president. It was Joe Biden, his
But
dad.
it looks like there's possible evidence on there that they were he was taking a cut. That they're doing
Okay,
all
then
these
impeach
big
Joe Biden.
dealings overseas with Ukraine and China, and that they were using the Biden name
Okay, and do you,
to get
so
millions of dollars, and Joe was taking a cut. So
okay, so impeach Joe Biden. I'm fine with that. Like I don't like him. He sucks.
I'm just that my point
Like
was just that.
this this is one thing that I find is a big difference between the right and the left. A lot of people on the right will support the top person no matter what. But like people on the left like will criticize Joe Biden, they'll criticize Bernie Sanders, they'll criticize Hillary Clinton, they'll criticize them all. But people on the right tend to be they'll support Trump no matter what. He even said it himself. He could go out and shoot somebody in the middle of the street and he would still get support.
Yeah.
So do you agree with that or
I'm new to politics. I know that people really wanted to stand behind Trump. They felt like that he was speaking for them and all that. He was kind of like a character. I mean, I don't think they had the same kind of love for like Bush.
yeah.
I
I mean
wasn't
Trump
I'm not
has a cult of
yeah,
personality
yeah,
behind him. And
right.
like it seems it still like baffles me because you seem like a nice person, but for some reason you like the racist fascist.
Who Trump is a racist fascist?
Yeah.
What's the definition of a fascist, like as far as you're concerned?
He's very authoritarian. He wants to overthrow a democratic election. He sent the military into protests that were protesting the police because
There's a whole other side to this that other people believe something completely different, like a completely different
and
narrative.
do,
There's just
do you
there's
do you at least acknowledge he's racist?
no,
No?
no.
No?
Trump? No, I don't acknowledge
Yes.
he's racist.
They,
How's he a racist?
he, oh boy, where do I start? He wanted to ban all Muslims. He wanted to put a travel restriction on
It's not really
China,
a
but not
race thing,
Europe.
though. It's not really a race thing
Yes,
yet.
it is. What else
No,
would you call wanting to ban all Muslims?
Muslims aren't a race.
Well, it's
It's more of an ideology that he wanted to
but he
ban
wanted to ban,
because of the
but he didn't want to
terrorism.
ban like he wanted to ban Muslims from the Middle East.
Well, he felt that there was a terrorist threat.
But like most majority of
China got that
terrorists
whole
live
thing
here
under
and are
control.
born here and have the same color skin as me and you.
Yeah, well, we can't do anything about them.
Yeah, we can. I'm laughing because I saw a meme earlier. It says it was a post from The Onion and it says there's nothing we can do, says the only country that it happens in. And like I mean I like you do realize that David Duke, the Grand Wizard of the KKK, openly supported Trump.
Trump didn't ask for his support. Trump denounced his support.
No, he didn't.
Yes, he did,
Jesus,
over and over. I
Islamophobia
denounced
just killed
David
in.
Duke. I denounced all white supremacy. He said it over and over and over and over again.
The second, like the third time he was asked, the first time he said "stand by," Proud Boys stand by.
That wasn't about David Duke, and the Proud Boys aren't racist either.
Yes, they are. They are.
They're Western chauvinists. It doesn't really have anything to do with race.
They are openly white supremacist.
No, they're not. I disagree. They believe that the like Western culture is the best culture, but they don't.
What
have
is
any
Western
sense about
culture? What is it?
Western culture, the ideology, the what our ideology is founded on, you know, that like liberty and freedom and capitalism.
Capitalism is hot garbage.
Yeah, I know you think that.
Yeah, it's true. Like, and I hope I'm not coming off as like a dick just with the way I talk. I'm very sarcastic, and I know it doesn't read well to some people, but I can tone it back a little bit if it's coming off as I don't want to scare you off, but I hope I'm nice enough. Like,
You're all right.
all right, I just wanted to make sure. But like, what Trump also said there are nice people on both sides of the Charlottesville.
Then he said right in the same sentence, except I'm not talking about the white nationalists.
The one side was all
While
neo-Nazis.
white supremacists attach
He was
themselves
talking
to a leader
about
that
there was
leader
good
isn't
people on both
preaching
sides as
white
far
supremacy.
as there was people there that wanted the statues to stay, not to be torn down. You know, there wasn't all Nazis there. Like there was good people. Like on the left, on the right, there was good people. It wasn't all bad people.
Who were the?
And he said, except for the neo Nazis and the white nationalists, I condemn them totally.
So except for all of them.
It wasn't all of them. There were other people there. That was just one group of people that showed up.
Do you think we should get rid of Confederate monuments?
I can kind of
The
see
leader of the Proud
like the
Boys
point,
just got
but I
arrested
can
for
see
the
both
Proud
sides of the
Boys
argument.
burning down
Really,
the church's BLM
you know,
sign.
it's our history. You know, we don't want to erase our history, and I mean, there's a lot of black people.
You do realize most of those went up during Jim Crow and not.
I can see both sides of it.
Okay, and I did just hear one message. The leader of the Proud Boys just got arrested for burning down a church's BLM sign.
Burning down a church's BLM sign?
Yeah, a church had a sign that said Black Lives Matter.
Well, you don't need to be racist not to support Black Lives Matter.
Well, what's the opposite of Black Lives Matter?
Lots of black people don't buy into that either.
And like
it's divisive.
Like Jesse Lee Peterson and Candace Owens, who both spout white nationalist talking points.
And Tatum and ABL and yeah, a lot of people don't believe in that.
And a lot of, I'm not familiar with some of the other ones, but I know Jesse Lee Peterson and Candace Owens both very frequently spout right-wing white nationalist talking points.
That's your opinion that they're white nationalist talking points. A lot of people see race in everything, you know?
Like, because it's intrinsically, like, until, like...
So black people, if they don't agree with the left, they're white nationalists as well?
They're not, may not white nationalists, but a lot of them tend to spout white nationalist talking points because they've internalized a lot of racism.
Like, maybe they just think for themselves. Maybe they just don't agree. Doesn't mean they've internalized white nationalism.
Like,
they have their own thought process, their own minds that doesn't have anything to do with the color of their skin.
But there is an issue with systematic racism in this country. Like that's a fact.
Explain it.
Let's see. Let me just pull up the numbers real quick. Police brutality by race. Okay, let's see. Where's the one that I like? Here we go. Okay. And I can send you any of these if you want me to, but I don't know if you want me to link it to you or if I'll just be because I'll just be reading it out. It's just an infographic, and so black people make up 13% of our population in the U.S., but are accounted for 31% of.
This is an article on Proud Boys rebranding themselves to explicitly exclude Pook.
Okay. And they make up 31% of people killed by police. So they make up for almost 3 times their demographic.
But are they committing more crimes than other colors of people?
No, and
I don't know. I'd have to look into some more.
and 39% of
I'm pretty sure
people
they
killed
tend
while
to
not
commit-
attacking a police officer. And attacking might be in air quotes on that one.
Well, I need to look more into that before I'm going to come up with any kind of a conclusion on that, like as far as where I stand on it. I wouldn't be surprised if more, a disproportionate amount of Black people were. I know disproportionate amount of Black people are arrested.
Yeah, because a lot of Black communities are over policed. Like you've had
they don't want to defund the police. Most of the low income Black communities don't want to defund the police.
But they don't want to be murdered by the police.
Because they're more likely to get murdered by someone in their neighborhood. If the police were to leave, that would be more of an.
Well, if
they wouldn't have anybody to.
If we defund the police and then fund social programs to help people in poverty, because poverty is the leading cause of crime. Most people commit crimes because they're poor and they need the money.
Majority of stats say all races commit crime at the same proportional rate.
Okay, and I was saying most studies say that majority of studies purport that people of all races commit crimes at about the same rate. And here's one way to explain it.
Black people aren't resisting arrest at a higher rate, anything like this. It can all be attributed to racism and nothing else.
Here's the thing. I know you've had kids, so like, and I know you're pretty open about this, so I don't know how well this fits you, but when did you catch your kids doing like bad stuff more? When you were just kind of like doing your own thing and they're in the other room or whatever, or when you're sitting there actively watching them? When do you catch them doing worse stuff?
I guess they probably did less worse stuff when I was watching them, honestly.
But like when did you notice it more?
Just because I noticed it more, but
there you go. There's this that accounts, because I know you didn't pull out.
Maybe if I watched them a little better, they wouldn't have done so many shitty things.
But I know a lot of people like Candace Owens and other people like the 1350 statistic, which is very problematic, and that's.
Black people are 4 times more likely to be arrested for weed, but some at similar rates to white people.
Contributes to it is because their communities are way more policed. They're more likely to be arrested, and they're just more likely to be arrested for the same charge, and more likely to get a higher sentence for the same exact charge as a white person. Like,
well, you can go ahead and send me these.
All right, yeah, I can pull up some stuff and send it to you. These, I don't have stats pulled up for all of these, but it's just stuff I've seen and read. And I used to be a chud in high school.
What's the definition of a chud?
So it comes.
I'm not sure I like being called a chud. Everybody's always calling me one.
So it's just kind of like a term that's like a bit of slang that's developed on like a lot of left-wing circles of it's just kind of like these sort of borderline right wing to like it's more so the borderline right wing people who are kind of like, oh, I'm not really right wing, but they're they're pretty right wing. It's like
I did a political compass test, and you know what it said? I was left of center. Very surprised.
that's right. Um yeah, yeah, I mean depending on which one you take, I know those ones are pretty slanted to put you in corners. Um
I just did one. I don't know which one it
okay,
was.
yeah. But I haven't actually done one, but I know I'm bottom left. I'm very bottom left. So it's top up down is authoritarian, libertarian, left
Mhm.
right. So I'm very libertarian left wing.
Well, I'm libertarian
Okay.
too. So
Do you
that
think we
is
should end the war on drugs?
I see both sides of that for sure. I believe we should legalize marijuana.
Yeah, Mimzy.
Yeah, for sure.
um
Um, as far as the other drugs, I can, the libertarian part of me says, it's none of the government's business what we do.
okay.
And but then the conservative part of me says if we legalize it, we normalize it, more people are going to want to do it.
Okay. So
And it's not good for us. It's not good for society. And
okay, I can
but it's kind of
understand
like
that.
yeah. So it's
Um
a tough one for me.
so I say like first of all, at least at minimal, decriminalize everything personal use.
Hmm.
Like everything. So like if say I got caught with a baggie of a meth or something, and I'm just saying because I know it's one of the higher charges.
Based on study by first
Um,
500 start preschool black boys are three
and
times more likely to be expelled from school.
I would not be right now if I was caught with that. I'd be sent to jail or prison, whichever, and then I would be in prison around more drugs. And I don't know if you've been arrested, but
I
it's it.
have.
Okay. Yeah.
I've been to jail, but
Okay.
I was different. Yeah, I was in jail, but I wasn't in prison.
Okay, so it's a cycle. You instead of so what I propose and a lot of people on the left propose is decriminalize everything for personal use. So like this is like bare minimum, and
Hmm.
I'm even cool with legalizing everything. Um, and then that way, if now under this new system, if I got caught with this baggie of meth, and I'm addicted to meth, hypothetically, um, I would then be sent to rehab instead, court mandated rehab instead of jail, and then I can go through rehab and then get helped off of it instead. Which I
Hmm.
know rehab can be iffy because I know it's and again a bigger social safety net would help this because then instead of going out and then just going back to being homeless or going to be homeless after and instead of having a felon record you can go because if you're a felon that automatically discounts you from a lot of jobs
Hmm.
and if so the felon charge is gone the so I can more easily find a job the I am I have now been rehabilitated. I will hypothetically have UBI, so I will have an income, I will have housing, I'll have food, healthcare, and I am way better off than this current system for the same exact situation.
I only have one thing, like one kind of blanket statement to say about the whole socialism versus capitalism thing. I don't want to
Mm-hmm.
get like too far into the woods because then I'm going to, or the weeds or whatever, because then I'm going to get over my head.
Yeah.
But the way that I want to frame it is that I don't hate the idea of socialism. I mean, it sounds nice, but and I know that socialists today don't want the same type of socialism that led to all the bad things that have happened. You don't want Venezuelan socialism. You don't want
Well,
Hitler socialism. You know, you don't.
Venezuela is the way it is because of the U.S. We inserted a military coup and then put in a totalitarian military leader.
So it could have worked there, you say, if it wasn't for something that we did here.
Yeah, and
Okay,
also
so
Nazis weren't socialist.
communists.
No, they
Socialism is a stepping stone to
no,
communism.
they weren't either one of those. The first people to be put in concentration camps were communists. The Nazis had socialism in their name, just like the People's Democratic Republic of North Korea.
Mm-hmm.
I would think we can both very easily agree that North Korea is not a democracy.
No.
But they have democracy in their name, so it's the same thing. They put it there because it sounds nice and it helps them get power.
Well, according to everything that I have learned and everything I've been taught, everywhere that socialism has been tried so far has ended up in death and destruction and
Okay, what about
all
the
this.
Scandinavian countries?
Well, this is like a catch-22 because anybody starts talking about the Scandinavian countries, and I say, well,
As a
they're not really
Venezuelan,
socialist
Venezuela's
countries, and
never
then
been
you
socialist,
go,
it's purely
you know,
capitalistic
well,
best.
well, then why are you saying they are? Like, you
Because
know,
they are. They're way more socialized than we are.
they're more socialized than we are, but they're still a free market economy.
To an extent, yeah.
Yeah.
And like
So-
here, this is the
So
argument.
that's what you want then. You want
That's
free
what I want
market.
to start with,
Mm-hmm.
and then
Well,
progress.
okay. Well, the other point I want to make about it is that I don't trust it. You know what I mean? And that's how the people on the
Why
right
not?
feel. We don't want socialism because anywhere that there's been free market in the world has become richer. The poor people have become more well off. Anywhere there's been free markets, anywhere we've introduced capitalism around the world, it's worked.
So hypothetically, would you be fine with doing the Scandinavian model?
I want y'all to try it and see if you can get it to work.
Well, they
You know
did.
what I'm calling for? Secession. Honestly.
That's very illegal.
Illegal? Secession?
Yes, seceding from the United States is illegal.
Well, I maybe it shouldn't be illegal. I think we're just so very divided. Why is it
Candace
illegal?
praised Hitler's
Like, can't we
nationalism.
decide
Half
to
of the
have an
Nazis' name is
amicable
correct.
split since there's these two sides that want such
Well,
a
it's
very
not-
different country to
It's
live
not.
in?
It's not. Where would we split it then? Would Georgia be part of us because Georgia went blue, or would
Yeah, it would be a hard split.
we wouldn't really be able to do that, and then we would have another civil war, because
Well, I don't want civil war. I would like to see if there would be an amicable way
that's
that we could decide to part ways, even if only
because
on a trial basis. I just
well,
want everybody
and
to
when
live
you
the
say
lives they
when
want
you
to
say
live.
when I want you to try it,
I want people who
say-
want socialism to be able to have socialism, to be
It-
able to try socialism, and
it
people who
worked.
don't want
People
it.
tried it. Sweden has a 0%. You can't find homeless statistics on Sweden because it doesn't exist. There are like no homeless people in Sweden.
It
or
just
is it
because it works over in
Switzerland?
Sweden.
Or one of the Scandinavian countries.
Whatever, the Nordic Scandinavian countries.
One of them.
Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work over here.
Nazis
Why-
turned
why
public
not?
industries
I
by
would
like-
private ones made them more capitalist.
Are we that special?
We're a lot bigger than them.
So we have more money than them to do it better.
They're dialing back on their socialism, though, from what I've heard. They're becoming less socialistic. They had to dial it back.
Like,
You know, I wish that you told me ahead of time what we were going to talk about, so I had a chance to look some of this stuff up.
I mean, I didn't plan too much for this. I just literally I have like this socialism stuff was barely even on. I just have like a Google Doc with like 10 lines of text of just things I wanted to ask. But
I want I want everybody to be able to live the lives that they feel comfortable with. I don't want
Are
anybody to be forced into anything.
are you at least for socialized medicine?
I need to look into that more.
Because we are currently the only country.
I've heard, yeah, I've heard arguments for and against, and I need to find out what the arguments against it are.
The arguments are against it are rich people want to be more rich,
I don't
and
know.
are I have the money to pay for it, so fuck you. You don't have it. Sucks for you. Like we were talking about this a little bit last night about your teeth, and you were saying you would like to get them fixed, but you can't because you can't afford it.
Mhm.
If we had socialized medicine,
But is it other people's responsibility to pay for my teeth? You
it's
know,
everyone's responsibility to pay for the road outside my house.
but that's not my teeth. I made bad decisions and I caused my teeth to to be the
Well,
way that they are.
even
Why
if
should someone else have to pay for
even
it?
if you
Ultimate research document is
even
great.
if
I
like you
prefer to
didn't
be
make bad
responsible for
decisions,
trans
I
people.
I have I have here I can show a little bit. I have I think it's hypermobile
At altered_n
EDS.
can
So
you
my
let Mimzy know
skin,
that we appreciate
I don't
her
know if you
having
can
this
see it that well, but
conversation
like my
with you
skin
/ us?
and
We appreciate
tendons
the
are very
bravery to
stretchy.
listen to ideas that
Mhm,
aren't
I
like
can see
yours.
it.
So I have dislocated my knee like over 10 times. I've almost dislocated my shoulder throwing a ball or just like lying on it weird when I'm going to sleep. I've almost pushed my kneecap out of place. One time I had to take an ambulance to the hospital because I dislocated my knee again. And the ambulance ride, like, should. That wasn't my fault.
Your zebra power,
So,
actual Jake love, actual Jake love, actual Jake love, actual
because
Jake love, cheer
that
5.
wasn't my fault, do I get to. Is that. Is it a matter of, like, elective surgery for you versus. Like, if I. Hypothetically, like, if I had a heart attack or something and needed, like, open heart surgery, should I have to pay for that?
Well, you should have insurance to pay for it.
Yeah, but this would
I
mean
wish I wish everything was cheaper. I wish everything was more affordable. I wish everybody could, like housing.
Medicare for all would be cheaper. It would save over
Is that
$2 trillion if everyone did single payer healthcare. Because it would work the same way as insurance does. Instead of paying for your health insurance out of your either if you get it through a job or if you pay for it privately, if you're that rich, and instead of paying through a one company, everyone would just pay into one big pool. And this is the way insurance works. Everyone pays into one big pool, and then when
Explain it to her
somebody
like
needs
this. You're already paying for other
money,
people. That's how insurance
take it.
works. Nationalizing
With
it just stops the capitalists from scraping funds off the top. It's cheaper.
yeah, somebody was just saying is, do you? I assume you have
Medicare
some
for all
kind of
gives you more choice
insurance
of
of
doctor and
some
service.
sort, right?
me? Not personally.
Do you have car insurance?
Oh yeah, I have car insurance.
Okay, so you're paying for other people's stuff.
Oh well,
Why don't you think insurance is cheaper, Mimzy?
I guess so.
Spoiler, it's
So
cost
you're already
capitalism.
doing it. Should we just get rid of insurance entirely, or like you it would just be instead of so right now you don't have medical insurance.
Mm-mm.
Okay. I mean the only reason I do
It
is
causes me to take a lot better care of myself
okay, but
because yeah, that's one thing that I'm kind of afraid of. If we give everybody health insurance, and maybe people won't be as inclined to take good care of themselves, because it's
I
all
mean people
free
don't really
anyway.
take that good care of themselves as it is anyway.
Yeah, I wouldn't want to see it get worse. That's
I
for
mean,
sure.
that seems like a slippery slope. There doesn't really seem like there's any reason to think people would treat themselves worse because of because they suddenly have the ability to pay for something if something
Oh
does happen.
no, I kind of feel like they would.
Like, but do you see what I mean? You have no. This is there's no reason. There's no evidence for it. It's like trying to think of an example that might work for you to like explain to you why I see it that way.
Mhm.
Like I don't think like maybe this is a really bad example, but I'll say it. If we got rid of speed limits, I don't think everybody would just be tearing ass down every single street.
But
Like,
more people would tear ass
yeah,
down
that's
this.
why I think that's a bad example because it's driving. It's a little different.
I
Yeah, that's a bad
don't
example.
think it's such a bad example though, because I think that yeah, more people would
But
tend to take worse care of themselves because
also then,
they knew they weren't going to have to pay the consequences. There'd be no it seems like y'all want to remove consequences for our actions, you know?
it seems
Like no matter what you do, you're going to be fine, you know?
like
It just
so. Do you think people like are you okay with homeless because they quote unquote deserved it in a way?
what's your solution to homelessness?
Um,
You just give everybody a free place to live?
tax billionaires and then you can give them like it doesn't have to be anything fancy. It can be like a place like the size of this room and like it has a bed, a toilet, a shower.
So everybody gets a place to live regardless of
I think
if they do the right thing, if
I
they
think everyone should have basic access to housing, food, water, internet, healthcare. Those are the things at this point we need to survive in this society
Mhm. Do you
because
think that will encourage more people to not be careful about things like getting pregnant because oh, my kid's just going to be taken care of? I can just eat as much shit as I want because I'll just go to the hospital and they'll give me some pills. And like lack of personal responsibility.
I mean
Like
also like if you get pregnant and you don't want it, you can just get it scooped.
a lot of people don't want to have abortions.
Well, if you don't want to have an abortion and then you
There are
got
more
pregnant so
adult
you
homes
want to
in
have
the
a
US
baby.
than there are homeless people.
A lot of people don't believe in abortion. I guess everybody has to, well, in your society, everybody has to believe in abortion then
Well, I'm saying
necessarily.
like you don't have to get one, but like if you don't want to keep the baby, you can just get it get it scooped. And then there's also Plan B, which is technically an abortion.
I just don't like the idea of removing responsibility. I'm just a bootstrapper. I just don't know what to tell you.
Like I mean, I think the right
I just want
has
to
a
be
lot of
responsible
people who
for my own life. I don't want a planned economy.
I think the right has a lot of
I
people who
just
don't
want the
want.
government to get out of my way and leave me alone and let me live my life and take care of myself and be responsible for my own actions and just
Do you,
I just don't want to. I just That's just the kind of life that I want to live.
are, are you
I mean, I want to.
Talk about the fact that
My
capitalism
son is
smothers
like a
creativity
libertarian
and whimsy in
anarchist,
people.
okay?
and I
Socialism
see
will
his
encourage
side.
more people
I'm
to
more
develop
attracted to
creatively and
that
intellectually.
than I am to like a socialist designed
Scoop.
economy. I
I
would rather
yeah.
go. I would rather go that route. I mean, the only thing that keeps me from going full like libertarian is because I think the government does have some role. I am willing
I
to pay taxes
Abortions would
and,
save
I
healthcare
yeah
money.
I
Mimsy is
maintain our
arguing
police
feelings
force and
over
our
facts
roads
again.
and all of that sort of
I
thing.
understand libertarianism, but I'm gonna
Mhm.
steal this argument from somebody. Uh, Libertarianism is defeated by loud Skrillex neighbor.
Who?
The hypothetical guy who is do you remember Skrillex?
No.
No?
Where would I remember it from?
He was a musician. You ever hear of dubstep?
Yeah, I've heard of
He
it.
he was a popular dubstep musician,
Okay.
and so libertarians are kind of, the idea is kind of countered by loud Skrillex neighbor, who is a really big fan of Skrillex and likes to blast his Skrillex music really loud late at night because it's his right to do that, even if his neighbors can hear it.
Okay.
Under libertarianism, it's perfectly fine for him to blast Skrillex. I mean, Skrillex, it doesn't have to be Skrillex, but
Jake
it's
was
just
right when he
Skrillex
said
is
to
funny
talk
because
about
it's very
stuff
loud
in
and
terms
noisy.
of freedom.
Libertarianism, it's only when you're not infringing on someone else's rights. If you're blasting Skrillex, you're infringing on their right to quiet or whatever they want. You're you
Okay, so
can't just infringe on other people. That's not part of the libertarian argument.
so it's not in, so then it wouldn't be true libertarianism. It would have libertarianism asterisk of, there would still have to be law enforcement and all that.
I would think, yeah, that's what I think.
Yeah, because
I guess my son thinks that we should all just be carrying.
yeah,
I think that's what he thinks. Or no, he wants privatized. Everything should
ooh,
be like
that
everything.
is
Yeah, privatized.
not the way to go.
Everything should be privatized. So I guess there would be privatized police force. Yeah,
We need to
I
enforce
have
the
a lot of questions about his philosophy
Yeah,
and his ideology. I'm a libertarian. That's why I keep calling myself libertarian leaning. He's like, "Mom, you're a libertarian. Come over to our side. Come on now." I'm like,
privatization of that stuff would be very bad. Like,
yeah.
are you familiar when I'm not sure if it was in the
I just
U.S.
want limited government, just very limited. But no government sounds scary
Okay.
as shit.
I'm not sure if you're familiar. I'm not sure if this happened in the U.S. or some other places, some other country, but for a while they had private firefighters. So here firefighters are, their stuff is paid for by taxes, and like my town has their volunteer fire department, and if I live in this town, I help pay for them, and if my house is on fire, they'll come put it out.
Mm-hmm.
If the issue, I assume you also see this issue with privatization of that stuff, is in this place where this actually happened, where they had a private fire department. Only the people who paid for the fire department are the people who they would save. So if my house was on fire and my neighbor's house was on fire, and they paid for them, and I didn't, they just let my house burn.
You're saying this is happening in the place where you live?
This isn't happening right now, but it happened somewhere before. I forget where. Let me see if I can find out where. Private fire departments.
So that's what would happen if we privatized it. Then people who didn't pay into it.
And then also, like,
yeah,
if we privatize police, they could just kind of enforce whatever they want.
yeah.
Like, oh, you don't own our car, that is illegal. Like, they could have Toyota could have their own police department where they fine you $500 for not driving a Toyota. And
well,
under libertarian,
I wouldn't libertarians then say that then someone else would step in to take over, to pick up the slack, because there would be a market for it. Then there would be like the Nissan police department
and what happens when
Ford police department when they clash with each other.
Yeah, what happens when there's a gunfight in the street between the two police departments?
I'm only libertarian leaning.
Yeah, I know you don't agree with that. So, like, I am a democratic socialist teetering on anarcho commie.
Yeah.
I am.
I also feel like that's a slippery slope too. Like, as far as it starts somewhere. It starts with democratic socialism and it ends up as communism.
Well, the way I see it is
like the boiling frog. We're gonna, we're gonna sneak this in here. We're just a little bit of democratic socialism. That sounds nice, right? And before you know, bam, commies.
Well, the
How
way I
about
see
the
it is
Nissan Toyota Wars
eventually
of 2025?
almost entirely of our labor market is going to go away. It's not going to be needed. Like, we're already heading there. Service jobs
Right.
are going to be non-existent. Manufacturing jobs are going to be non-existent. Um,
Necessity is the mother of invention, though. We'll come up with something. We'll come up,
but
we'll adapt.
yeah, and that's what I'm saying. Like, we
This
need
is your
to
way of adapting to that.
just why is that? Um, we need to like slowly like I don't think we should just jump straight to communism. I think
Hmm.
we should do a slow process to compensate. So
Well, that's what
as
socialism is, the
more
slow
and more,
process towards communism.
but as more and more automation takes over and a lot of jobs start disappearing, there's going to be less of a job market. And as that happens, there's going to be more need for a social safety net. And like, I'm also still in favor of companies becoming co ops so that workers get a cut of the company's profits instead of CEO billionaires. Like, I don't think billionaires should exist. It's having that much money is disgusting. Like, do you realize how much $1 billion is?
I don't think that I can fathom how much $1 billion is, but
Yeah,
yeah.
and Jeff Bezos has
But yeah,
183 of those.
I don't have a problem with billionaires. I don't have a problem with people having a lot more than me. But I have a problem with when I don't want anybody taking control of my life.
Okay,
And when they have so much money that they start ruling shit, that's when I have a
like
problem with.
like right now.
Yeah, like the way that's happening. That's my downfall with
Okay, so
capitalism.
do you think we should
But I don't
have
know. I mean, I don't know if socialism the is the cure that I want personally, but
so
I would be
okay.
willing to look at free market
So do you
solutions to these issues.
here's something we might agree on. Do you think we should get rid of like I forget what it's called, but like company money in our government of like companies paying like donating to campaigns, so it's like, oh, the oil
Is
company will
there a way
donate
to
to
get
you.
rid of that? Because yeah, lobbyists,
Yeah,
like
lobbying. Do you
yeah,
think
I
we
don't like that shit.
okay, so all right. Do you think billionaires should pay their fair share?
Yeah, and I have heard that they're not.
Yeah,
I've heard that they're like the top. They got the 99% of the wealth, and they're only paying like
Lobbying.
90% of the taxes or
yeah.
something. Yeah, they
So
should pay their fair share.
okay, so we may
But I
disagree
think
on
there's also an argument against that too that I'm willing to listen to
like are
before
you
I
talking
went.
about trickle down economics?
Probably talking about trickle down
Okay,
economics. Then
so
yeah,
yeah, that
like because they're the job creators, and you don't want to demonize the wealthy
so
because
but the issue with trickle down economics is the general concept is you give a tax break to the wealthy because then they'll have more money to create more jobs
create more jobs, right?
and then more people will get paid more. But
Hmm.
instead, you give them a tax break and then they just keep the money. And then they just sit on their big pile of money.
Yeah, that's icky.
Like I personally think if somebody said I had to pick a number, I'd say 500 million. After that, that's that's all you get. And then we can adjust this for inflation later.
But a lot of people who are worth several billion dollars, that's their net worth. It doesn't mean they have that much that they're sitting on in their mattress. They would
Yeah,
have to like
I
liquid
know.
it. They would
But
have to
like
liquidate their businesses and all of that to.
it's still like Jeff Bezos should not have like he just bought like the most expensive house in LA like last year. Like he paid in cash. Like he just had that money around and he's like, "Oh, here you go." To like
You don't think Jeff Bezos should be able to own the most expensive
No, I think he should.
model and pay
No,
cash?
it's just I don't think he.
I don't think that's my business.
I don't think he should. Like I don't know how little. I think he pays like $200 in income tax or something. Something
How's
ridiculous.
that?
What?
How does that happen?
Um. So I forget the exact method they use to do it. Um. So it has to do with how they imburse them as the CEO. Because there's
Mhm.
certain ways you can give money to your CEO and it not be counted as taxable income. It can be counted as like you can give them
There's some
stock.
kind of creepy loophole then that they
It's
really
it's
should.
a lot of loopholes. Like
Yeah.
Trump, who paid $750 in income tax over the past 10 years in New York, and like he made I don't know how many millions of dollars, and it's like I think that they need to be taxed because like I don't however much Jeff Bezos has in terms of money is still an absurd amount. I'd say he probably has at least $1 billion in cash.
You believe in a progressive tax, like the wealthier the person is,
Yeah,
the higher their tax rate should be.
yeah.
They don't do that in the Scandinavian countries.
So
It's a flat tax. I mean,
so
they don't. I think we maybe. Well, I mean, you wanted to model yourself after them, but they do things differently than what we
yeah.
were planning on doing.
They also
They don't demonize the rich. They love the rich over there. They love rich people.
eat the rich.
Poor people pay the same high percentage of taxes as rich people do over there. And that's one of the ways they make it work. That's one of the
And
reasons they keep their rich people around. I would also be thinking, if we're going around and taxing the rich at like 90% and whatever,
well,
they'll just move to another country where
the
that's
the
not
way
happening.
uh
Tax people leave.
the way a progressive tax bracket works is so I'm just gonna pick arbitrary numbers because I don't know the exact numbers people are talking about, but or like the I think it was the Bernie Sanders one was every who wanted to do a 60% tax rate, but it was only if you earned over $400,000. And the way that works is every single dollar you earn up till your $300,999
Mm-hmm.
or the number is, I messed it up a little bit, is taxed at whatever the lower tax bracket is. And then once you hit that 400,000th dollar, everything above that is taxed at 60%. So
Oh,
so
so
you're
the whole $400,000 isn't taxed at 60%, just whatever's above that. Okay.
so is if hypothetically Snortling's Hollow blows up, you're making $350,000 a year, and if you do, better spread some. um,
You helped build me, right?
yeah, I'm just joking. But um, if hypothetically you were making $350,000 a year, you would not be getting that 60% tax, and then say, I don't know, your books blow up as a result of it, and then you're making, we'll go with the funny number, $420,000 a year.
Mhm.
Um, everything from your 400,000 to $420,000 is going to be taxed at 60%. Everything else before that is going to be taxed at the same rate as it was before. And then there's other brackets below it, but I just know the 400,000 one was the one I think Bernie was talking about.
I wrote some notes. I think there are some questions I wanted to ask you.
Yeah, go for it.
I want to ask you, what is your definition of fair?
Fair?
Yeah,
Like
just not. Yeah. What is your personal definition of the word fair?
in what context? Because I feel like
Just,
it.
I don't want to give you the context because that's going to help you come up with a definition. I just want, like, when someone says the word fair to you, what would you say that word means?
I'd
This isn't
say
a trick question, by the way.
yeah.
There's no
Because
wrong answer.
okay, yeah. Like obviously in context it does matter somewhat, but I'd say as a broad definition, like
Yeah, broad.
it's equal or mostly at least mostly equal for everyone.
Okay. The reason I ask you that is because I heard that you can tell the difference between someone if they're conservative or if they're liberal if you ask them what the word fair is, the definition for the word fair. And you gave the liberal definition for the word fair,
Okay.
equal, meaning equal.
What?
But if you were to ask a conservative what fair means, they would say, and I would say, that it's getting back what you put in, getting a proportionate amount back from what you earn,
Okay.
getting what you deserve.
Okay. So
That would be what a conservative would say.
so are you with that answer? Are
Yeah,
you
that
for
would be.
co-ops?
What was that?
Are you for co-ops, like worker co-ops?
Like, oh, like
So
like
like
a
take Amazon for example. Under a
uh,
co-op, no one would own the company. No one person would own the
well,
company.
I wouldn't have a problem with anybody who wants to do that
No.
sort of thing. I don't think it should be mandatory. I don't have a problem with,
don't
I
think
don't
Glenn
even
is
have
a
a
liberal.
problem with communes and communism. Like,
Mhm.
that's why I was saying something about secession. And I'm not trying to say something illegal or anything. I'm just saying, like, if we could set up areas, and we could still call it the United States, we just, whatever you don't want to call it secession, don't. I would like to see people being able to have their company and run it like that. And let's
I
see how it
believe
goes. Let's see how everything goes a few years down the line. Because us conservatives, we're
there's
real suspicious of all this shit.
well, and a lot of that comes from
I'm not saying you, I'm not even saying I'm right and you're wrong. I'm just saying conservatives have a tendency to be much more suspicious. You start talking about big government solutions and stuff, we get real freaked out about that kind of thing. I'm as a libertarian, I would love to see y'all run a state. Like, maybe we don't deserve the rest and you only deserve a state. Maybe we just deserve the state and you deserve the rest. Whatever. I'm not trying to
yeah.
say,
I get what you're saying.
yeah, if we could like portion things out in a way that allows, and we'll vote with our U-Hauls. And also there would also we'd be able to vote for presidents of our areas as well.
Um,
Maybe the presidents would be one would
okay.
be a little bit more socialistic, one would be a little less, and then our side one would be a little bit more. We'd still vote for presidents and stuff, but
Yeah.
it wouldn't be
So
necessarily and then we vote for the sides with our U-Hauls. Like, I like this. I like this communism kind of thing that they've got
okay.
going on over here, a socialism thing. I'm gonna move over there. And the people that are like, yeah, this isn't me, I'm
Oh,
gonna move
okay,
over there.
that's what you meant by U-Hauls. I wasn't sure what you meant by at first,
Yeah,
but
vote with your U-Haul.
um, okay.
I
And
would love to see that happen. I
just
really would.
as a quick
And I
side
mean,
note,
I know it doesn't make any difference whether I advocate for something or don't advocate for
yeah,
something. It's
yeah,
not doesn't mean it's going to happen or not happen. But I would like. That's what I would like to see.
okay. And just
I
as
would
a
like
quick,
to see, because I know there's a whole side of America, more than 50%, who are who don't have a favorable,
yeah,
outlook upon socialism.
I
They
mean,
say that,
over 70% of America supports Medicare for all.
okay, well, y'all could have that over there. I don't
um,
know on your side.
and
I know
yeah,
I've already separated us, and that's not actually going to happen.
yeah,
70% supports Medicare for all. Okay, I'm willing to look more into that then.
yeah. And just as a quick, Sunkist, the fruit company, and Cabot Creamery are a couple examples of companies that are co-ops in the
Oh
U.S.
yeah,
But like an example, like you know what a co-op is.
it's like a socialistic system, right?
Yeah.
Where
So basically,
the means
instead
are
of
owned by the collective and not by the individual.
a company being privately owned by one person like Jeff Bezos, it would be collectively owned by
Right.
all the workers of Amazon.
But in your America, then it would become illegal for me to own my own business.
Well, it would be up to a lot of it would be um, up to a certain size. So like you, Snortling's Hollow, it's you and your daughter helps. That's it, right?
Well, her husband sometimes like works Piper,
Okay.
from behind the door while she works the camera.
Okay, so okay,
No,
so
I
it's
know. It's
two
just
to
me and
three
my
people.
it's just
Um,
my daughter really.
so
He doesn't
it
he
would
doesn't wish
mainly be for bigger companies
no, but if I wanted
because
to own a big a company, what if I wanted to own a restaurant and
it
and a big what about that size of a business, a big
like
restaurant like
like a single restaurant, I would say to an extent, like
okay, then the government's going to come in and tell me I need partners
well,
or
it would
what?
just be like you the work like it would have to do with how the profits are divvied up.
Mhm.
Like instead of like you would argue that I think you would agree that your hypothetical restaurant would not work without waiters, right?
Right,
It would not work without the chefs,
right.
so they should get a cut, and instead of
But they
all
are
the
getting a cut because I'm paying them. That's a
but
cut.
I mean
We're paying them agreed upon amount.
with
They decided they agreed to work for me for.
with it it shows better with bigger companies because a lot of there isn't a huge profit margin with restaurants, but like a companies like Amazon, majority of the profits are going to the top.
Profits and decision making
Like
power.
the people working in the warehouse who are doing the work of Amazon, making Amazon work as a company, are not seeing a share of the profits. Like an example of this that has just come up recently, CD Projekt Red, who are a game development company. They
Mm-hmm.
made a Cyberpunk 2077. I don't know if you saw it like talked about on social media and stuff, but I think they sort of function as a co-op. So basically, their developers will get paid a wage normally, but then when their game releases, all their developers, all the way down, will get a cut of the profits of the game. So if the game sells
That
really
sounds
well,
nice. That's a nice perk.
yeah,
I
and
would work there
yeah, so we just
if I was
say,
a game developer.
well, yeah,
Are we going to make that mandatory though? See, because in my America, you're more than welcome to do that.
but
But is the government going to come
so
in and say you have to
are
do
you
that?
against a mandatory minimum wage?
A mandatory minimum wage?
Yeah.
I'm okay with the free market working out the wages
Okay, so well
because
the
I don't
free
think
market
anyone's going
works
to
out
work
the
for
wage to be
no one's going to work for less than what I work for.
the
That
free
they'll go
market is
somewhere
gonna
else.
work out the wage to be like in like other places where they don't have labor laws. Like
Well, there's no minimum wage in Sweden. No.
see, I never heard that before. It's not that I don't believe you. I'm just
Well, you shouldn't believe me because you never know where I'm getting my facts from.
uh oh yeah. In Sweden, there's no official minimum wage,
It works out. You don't have to have a minimum wage because the free market takes care of it.
but they're also not as capitalist as we are.
They're not as capitalist as we
Yeah,
are, though.
like
No, but
do you
they
think
wouldn't be able to. They
do you
wouldn't be able to make it work without a free market economy, though.
do you think Jeff Bezos wants to pay his workers as much as he does, even though it's like $8 an hour, like $7 an hour, with no benefits?
Where does he? Where in the United States he's paying his workers $7 an hour, or is this
Yeah,
like some other country?
yeah.
Well,
Here,
that we have a minimum wage, and that's below minimum wage. How is he getting away with that?
it it's not below the federal minimum wage.
Oh well, I guess it's below the minimum wage here in Texas.
Yeah, in New York here, it went up recently. I forget what it was because when I had a job a couple years ago and my car broke down, so I haven't been working lately. But
Walmart in the free market pays their employees so little their HR department gives them info about getting welfare slash
yeah,
food
federal
stamps.
minimum wage is $7.25 an hour.
Oh,
So
so
in
does
some
he pay his? He pays. I don't think people are really working for a minimum wage anymore.
yeah,
Like,
how,
why would they? Why don't they just go get a job? They would just go get a job somewhere else that pays
because
better. I would work for that.
because
I mean, I
it's
went when I
hard.
went to work for this place. I went to work for this place where I could take care of elderly people. You know what they told me when I first applied there, and they said, "Oh, you got the job. Congratulations. Can you start tomorrow?" I said, "Hey, I never even asked how much it pays." And they told me $8 an hour, and I told them no. So they immediately told me they'd pay me 9. So I said, okay, I'll do it for that. But I mean, I decided to do it. I made my
Yeah,
own
and
choice.
I think you should be paid way more than that.
Yeah, I would like that.
Yeah, I think you should, especially for a job like that. Like that definitely.
But I chose to accept it though. So
Yeah, but did you really have a choice?
yeah, I could have
What's your
gone.
other choice? Homelessness?
No, I could have got a different job that pays more.
Like
But this job allows me the free time to work on my extra, you know, my
yeah.
hobbies and the other things that I do,
Cause that's what how
crafts,
capitalism works.
writing,
Mhm.
things like that. That's why I took the job with a low
Okay.
pay. But
Yeah.
I made like closer to $14 an hour as a server.
Okay. But you get what I'm saying. Like a lot of times people don't necessarily have the choice to be like.
If they're working, if they start out working for 7.25 an hour, they get the experience for working that job, and then they go apply somewhere else and with a better
And
resume.
the
Bootstraps.
but like you can't live off of $7 an hour.
Well, you better figure it out. Better get yourself some roommates. That you can't. Yeah. So why would if you can't, you can't live off of $7. Who's paying $7 an hour? I just like if
Let's see.
okay maybe
States.
CDPR is not a coup, it gives stocks to workers. Also, workers have no decision in workplace condition. Please stop saying that CDPR is good. They exploit their workers and give only a minor stake in stocks to all of them and still crunches their employees.
But who's working for that though? Like what
Um,
type of just like entry level people straight out of high school, like they're still living.
Alabama, Idaho has 725. Indiana, Iowa, Kansas, Kentucky,
But it doesn't mean
Louisiana.
that people are actually working for that and people are
Yeah.
actually paying that.
Um, a lot of like entry level jobs are going to be paying minimum wage.
Well, you're gonna work your way up. I
But
mean, you can't start off making $15 an hour.
what do you do with people who are making these who need these jobs to survive because they don't have the education or the skill to get higher paying jobs? Do you say,
I,
"Oh,
I
well, sucks to be you"?
kinda. I mean, I'm kind of a hard ass, Like it not everybody's gonna have not everyone's gonna have an equal start in life. Not everyone's gonna have, people have different experiences in life.
Yeah.
I mean, I know you don't have any spiritual beliefs
No,
because you're an atheist, right?
yeah, I grew up Catholic.
Well, I'm not religious myself, but I guess you'd say I'm one of those spiritual but not religious
Okay.
people.
Yeah,
But
I
I kind
figured.
of feel like we're all here to learn our own lessons, to live our own life, and
In Boston,
life's
my
about
sister-in-law
struggle,
made $2 less amount
and
than federal
we're
wage
here
if
to
she got
better our
tips.
souls
Mhm.
and learn lessons and through the good times and the bad, that you just can't take that away from people and just
Okay.
like have all of their needs met,
Okay. So
or
you
then we
I have
kind of
tons
acknowledge
of
no
friends with
reason for
degrees who
living.
have to have
people
multiple minimum wage jobs
start out
because
at
wages
different
are so low and
places
rent is so high.
outside with because of factors that are outside of their control.
Yeah, that's okay with me. But they start off in different places because of factors that are outside their control. Yeah.
So just,
I kind of feel like we all choose our path, like kind
but
of
what?
before we're.
But like, I just because of where I was born, and you know this stuff, the pigment.
Well, I
I,
thought you meant the stretchiness of your
oh
skin.
no, that doesn't really help me. That screws me over.
I was like, wow, that's some stretchy.
Um, but because of these factors that I was just born with, I was born into fairly working class family, and I I'm able to go to college. I was able to finish high school. I was able to have a
And so somebody with a different color of of skin is not able to do these things, or
depending on
we're
where they're
just
born.
telling,
Well,
are we just
also I have
telling, giving
like
excuses to people and telling them because of the color of your skin you can't achieve these things?
no, I'm saying
And
that because of the color of my skin, I have white privilege in terms of like a lot of things. I'm probably more likely to get callbacks for an application. I'm more likely to, I'm less likely to have violent interactions with the cops. I'm less likely to get pulled over by the cops. Um, I saw when the police profiled me when I was pulled over one time because they pulled up alongside they saw me go by. They pulled up alongside me. It was on a 2-lane road on the thruway. They pulled up alongside me, looked at me in the driver's seat, pulled back around me, and then pulled me over. And then I was on my way to a music festival, so the car was full of camping gear and instruments and stuff. And I didn't have to unpack the car. And I'd bet money on it that if I was black, I would have had to unpack that car. And then I would
well,
have gotten arrested because of what was in the car.
oh, what was in the car?
I won't say on Twitch, but um, yeah, it's stuff like that happens. I'm less likely to get accused of shoplifting or get followed around in a store that I go to because I'm white. Like I'm less likely to get like stopped outside of a store. Like this
How do you feel about this?
Oh, I have a lot to say. I was just.
I
is that Paisley?
No, it's Tabitha.
Oh, is that your other?
Hmm.
Hello.
Hi. He says that he gets racially
Oh,
profiled.
she.
I don't
I
know if
use
you
she
heard
her
of that.
pronouns, by the way.
She her pronouns, yes.
What I think that there's prejudice in the world, absolutely, but I think that it shouldn't be the rule. Like I can't like live my life based on some people's prejudice. When you're talking about this, I just think about how I'm pulled over all the time. I'm often pulled over, sometimes like multiple times in a week, and is it because what? Is it because I have tattoos or
That's probably part of it, uh, but also like, uh, are you usually given a ticket or is it just
no?
okay? So
But I
do you
also think okay, so on like kind of how my mom believes, I have a lot of the same beliefs. I believe it's because of the way I react when they pull me over. I'm very kind. I'm very like, oh,
have
you're supposed to turn your turn signal on there. Oh, I'm sorry. I wasn't aware. Is there anything I can do? I'm very agreeable. I'm very polite. I'm very kind.
have you
I
seen
think it keeps down their stress level as well. I mean, it's not easy to be a police officer. I can only imagine.
I mean, police officers not in the top 10 most dangerous jobs in the U.S., um,
Absolutely.
but have you seen the George Floyd body cam they released?
Yeah, that guy was messed up. He was a super messed up guy. The guy who did that,
Yeah, he had
terrible,
over
terrible.
17
But should
red
we hate all
flags.
cops because of what he did?
Well, it's not ACAB refers more to the system of police
Mm-hmm.
because the system protects people like Derek Chauvin. He had 17 red flags. I think it's 17. 17 red flags on his history of being like being
A violent
racially
criminal.
violent,
No, he's the cop.
assaulting. Yeah, he's the cop who murdered him.
Yeah. I think that there
Yeah, they
definitely
should've
needs to
got
be
rid of
some
him.
reforms. I think that they need to do some more police training. Absolutely, you know, but
And I'm all for those social programs too, that, not
Yeah, and
for having social workers to come in and deal with problems that
Yeah.
the cops aren't equipped to deal with.
yeah,
Mental
like
health issues, drug addiction issues, family violence issues.
yeah,
The
like
cops can't
police
deal
should
with
not be
that.
the ones to show up for welfare checks.
Not necessarily. Maybe
But if
they
they
should
have
be
a violent
accompanied.
background, if they have a violent
Do you-
background,
The
if it's a
welfare check
domestic
people,
violence
yeah.
situation, and they're in an argument with somebody that they have a
Well-
prior, domestic violence
Well,
charge on,
a welfare check is different from like showing up for domestic violence. Welfare check is like, hey, I think my friend might kill themselves. Can you go check on them?
Yeah, there should be other
A
agencies
cop
that
with
can
a
take
gun
care of
should
that
not be the person to
and
show
take
up.
and take care. Well, I wouldn't say that if
Well,
somebody who's it would be a bad idea.
Because
For
well,
them
because
to be
the issue
armed
is
if they could be walking into a dangerous situation. You wouldn't want to send a
So-
social worker, an
suicide
unarmed social worker
suicide by
into-
police is a very oftenly used form of committing suicide. Where
yeah, well, I mean, even in my
you
case,
you
when
have
it came
somebody calls a welfare check on you and you
Yeah,
just
well,
run at the
don't-
cop because you know they'll kill you.
even in my situation, it
Oh.
wasn't just cops that came to come and arrest me. There was also social workers in there in case there were victims.
Yeah.
I think that they do often work with social workers and stuff like that.
But was that in a smaller town or city?
We live
Or
in San Antonio.
okay, so it's a bigger city, right?
Yeah.
Okay. It was what was I saying? Yeah, so that also could contribute to why social workers showed up and not just police. Like there's one YouTuber I used to watch and he had wellness checks called on him and just a cop showed up and he said he considered just running at the cop because he knows the cop would have killed him. Because
But what if somebody shows up for a welfare check who's unarmed and the person runs at him and wants to hurt them? They shouldn't have a way of defending themselves.
like maybe non-lethal, like maybe they shouldn't just jump to lethal methods, like
Okay.
don't immediately pull out the 9mm. You have pepper spray, you have a taser, you have
I agree with that
Yeah, I
as
agree.
well.
they should be trained more towards de-escalation rather than
Yeah, for
jumping
sure.
to the 9mm.
For sure.
Yeah, I think that there are a lot of training, sensitivity training. There's a lot of different things that could take place that can make it better. I mean, I've been in county jail. They don't treat people right. The correctional officers,
No.
Take advantage. They absolutely
Yeah.
do.
It is-
Are these girls prostitutes? Or are they drug addicts? Are they violent offenders? Yeah, they are. But do people still deserve to be treated like human beings? Absolutely.
Yeah, the prison system is awful. It is focused on punishment rather than reform, which I
Yeah,
think it should be focused on.
And I agree with that, and I think rehabilitation needs to be, more important. I agree with all of that. But I find like it's also beside the point. Like we need to change our lives, right? Like we need to change our lives, and it starts inside. It's not gonna. If you keep pointing out all these external things that create a victim out of a person, then when are we gonna take the initiative to do better?
When
to say I'm going
when they
to,
stop
to
shooting
do.
people in the street for existing.
It's just like I feel like I said, it's the
Like-
exception. I don't feel like that's the rule. I
Like
don't
the
think
the guy I think I just saw earlier, he's not going. The officer is not going to be charged. Who shot the guy 7 times in the back in front of his kids because he was walking away.
Who?
I forget his name.
Oh, the one who was like going into the car.
He was getting into his car and he was shot 7 times in the back in front of his kids.
Yeah, but he was also
Going for
had previous domestic
violence.
violence charges. He was there arguing with his ex-wife. He was trying to take the children from her. He was, a convicted felon. He had a knife which he was reaching for that was
No,
in
he
the
didn't.
vehicle.
There was no weapon found at the scene.
There was a knife on the floorboard.
There was a knife on the floorboard,
Is-
and he had his children in the car, and it was a domestic violence call, and he had armed
I just
charges in
think, I
the
just
past.
think people should have some personal responsibility for their actions.
The one I
don't
know
think
who you're talking about, and he's the one who
Yeah,
is like paralyzed or something now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That
Yeah.
came out and started doing all this like televangelizing and saying, you know,
Yeah.
And also like
and,
Breonna Taylor, who was
see, and that's another one, and I totally think that, and a lot of people have spoken on that, and those officers acted improperly. They did not do proper training. They should have.
oh no,
been
what they
under
did was
surveillance for
entirely
24
legal.
Hours.
Well, for the most part, what they did was legal, except for they showed up to the wrong address for the warrant, and
Yeah, that could have gone down differently.
It could have gone down differently for sure, but her
Like-
boyfriend shot at the cops.
oh,
Yeah,
he didn't
shot
know
at
they
the
were.
cop in the
They
car.
didn't say they
Does
were
a history
cops.
of domestic violence warrant
they,
the death
they,
penalty? How
they
about
said they
selling
did
loose
not
cigarettes?
and announce that they were cops, and they didn't. That's how they're trained. They
Okay.
get shot at, they're going to shoot back.
Okay. They were also doing. I'm not sure if you're familiar with this. If you know about this, but they were doing a plainclothes raid. So they were wearing like. So if I showed up at your house with a gun and said I'm the police, would you believe me wearing what I'm wearing right now?
Yeah, I think that those officers were, you know, improperly trained. There should have been surveillance. It shouldn't have
No,
gone down.
It doesn't
Plain-
mean it was necessarily racism, though.
plain-
I mean,
plainclothes
all on a
raids are
doesn't
fine.
mean it's racism.
According under the law, plainclothes raids are allowed. Like
So you don't think plainclothes
no,
raids should be allowed? Okay.
because
Well,
I don't think so either.
that'd
I
be
don't
an-
think it really protects the officer coming in with
Yeah.
plain
Yeah.
clothes. I understand.
it
plain
doesn't. It
clothes
makes the
when
whole
you're trying to
situation
put
worse.
somebody in prostitution or catch somebody on selling drugs and you're wearing your
Yeah,
street
that's
clothes.
that's
You know,
different.
that's
That's
understandable, but why would you put yourself in danger by showing up to a
a house
crack
in
your street clothes and say what's up? You know, we're
what's
doing
up?
a
We're the
raid.
cops. Here's our guns that we're pointing at you, and
Okay,
like
a lot of people have guns. A lot of people say they're cops. you
and
know.
chances are everyone's not gonna believe you and they're gonna shoot at you.
I would shoot, and most people who are living in trap houses, they're going to shoot you. They're, you
Yeah.
know, they're
And
street
then-
trained to shoot you if you come. You know, so you know that's poor training on and puts everybody in danger.
Okay, so like, do you think
this
we?
is her talent speaking like off the cuff? I'm not so good at it.
I mean,
This is her
you're
talent.
you're doing pretty good.
I think she's doing awesome. I was
Yeah.
like, I came in and she was like vibing and going hard. She didn't even like, you know, you couldn't even tell I walked in the house. She was like,
Yeah, I wasn't sure how long you were off to the side, so I don't know how much you heard, but
No, she
No, I
just
went-
got home.
yeah.
Okay.
I went there.
She just got home with her lesbian girlfriend.
it's fine.
I just
Glad-
don't think that people should put conservative in boxes, you know, and I'm not like so on everything, you know. I'm very open-minded. My mom's open-minded. We're always, you know, interested. I just, when it comes down to the foundation, that's what I have, you know, a problem with. You
So-
know,
like I don't know if you thought this. Like I think you should be able to own a gun. I think there should be
Absolutely.
limitations on what kind of gun you can own. Like I don't think I should be able to own like a minigun to like mow down ducks in my backyard. Like
Well, what about an AR?
personally I think nothing more than bolt action.
Okay, you think that? What about the criminals? They're not going to turn in their ARs. So
Well,
they should
they'll
be able to outgun us.
they'll
I mean, that's real. That's
So-
a real thing.
And what about, aren't we supposed to be able to arm ourselves in order to defend ourselves against a tyrannical government? Like
Yeah.
they're going to have ARs.
like okay, so can you own an M1 Abrams tank? Should you be able to own a tank with
Yeah, you're
ex-
you're saying like if the military came after us, we wouldn't be able to
Yeah,
defend
we would-
ourselves.
yeah, we
anyway.
would
Your-
have-
your-
If it's the end of the world, it's the end of the world.
your
I don't
AR-15
know.
wouldn't do
Military's
shit.
coming to kill us with their tanks, then yeah, I guess we might as well just hang that shit up because
Yeah, like what you like
But we at least want to
there's
give them a run for their money. We want to make them think twice.
like
you know?
bump stocks basically are make a semi-auto rifle full auto.
You got a burrito?
Yeah, you want half?
Yes. I want half.
Yeah, and we're vegans. How dorky is that?
Okay, cool. I'm probably going vegetarian after I move out. I eat meat now
Mimzy,
just
when was the
because
last time you were in
like I still
gunfight with
live
street
at home,
criminals?
and it's just easier on my parents. Just so
Yeah, see, my mom's a vegan. It makes it easy for me to be a vegan because we
Yeah.
live together, you know. But yeah, I mean, I think it's the same thing about like eating animals and stuff. Like I'm what can I do as an individual to make this world a better place?
Mhm.
Right? Like, what am I feeding my soul? You know, spiritually, right? Spiritual connectivity. What am I doing that's going to benefit my little piece of the world every single day? You know, and that's why I really like the conservative agenda, because it gives me principles and it gives me guidelines to live by. And eating meat's not one of mine, you know. Promoting, condoning, participating in, you know, death and mass murder and rape of animals. I don't think that's cool, you know. So I make the decision, but
Yeah.
it's my decision to make. And if I don't choose to make that decision, I don't want anybody else to attack or hate me, you know. Like,
I would like Tabitha to weigh in on the whole pro-ho thing. I find it very interesting that it seems like everybody I speak to on the left, they're socialists, but they're also, it goes hand in hand with being very pro-sex worker and also
Yeah.
atheists.
Well,
All of you
not
are atheists. I don't know how this all fits in with each other, but let's
It's-
just
is
stick
that
with
what
that.
is that how what you feel? Are
Yeah,
you pro
Yeah.
pro and
Pro-ho.
atheist?
yeah. I'm I'm not I'm not sure if you know the definition difference, but I'm not a hard atheist. Like a hard atheist would say there is no God,
Oh God.
but I'm like there
Agnostic?
could be
You're agnostic?
agnostic. I would say I am hard atheist on some God, like the Norse
You can
gods
have
don't
your
exist.
personal
Like
philosophy,
Thor
but
isn't
most
striking his
right-wingers
hammer,
want to push their philosophy
making the
on
lightning
rest of us who
outside.
don't
That
agree
there
with it.
could be a higher power.
And like I don't think that the
like a
Christian
collective
God exists.
consciousness.
Like, but
There could be some sort of a creator. out
I'd say the furthest I would go is it's called like the clockmaker god is what's referred to as, with basically the idea is this god started the universe like a clockmaker.
Mhm.
A clockmaker makes their clock, and then it just keeps going on its own. Because
And then what happens to the clockmaker? He goes away.
and then
die.
the clockmaker doesn't touch the clock anymore. Like
Oh, okay.
I
But
think
he's still alive though.
You don't.
I-
You don't. I don't know. That breaks my heart. You know,
Yeah.
I'm so
Well,
sensitive.
it breaks my heart just global warming exists. That doesn't change the reality of it.
Well, see, so for me, right, like, because my religious beliefs or my spiritual life is like the most important thing in my life because of this, because externally, everything can fall apart. You know, everything can be really messed up, really hard, really ill, unjustifiable sickness and tragedy and pain and suffering all around me every day, unjustified, heartbreaking, right? You know, but that's external, right? I can't change that. But to believe that I have a creator who loves me individually, right? And wants the best for my life. And I get to talk to him and I say, hey, this is out of my control. Give me peace so that I can deal with it every single day of my life. Give me comfort. Give me an inspirational thought of what I can do better, right? And it's going to come from a place of love and tolerance and patience and goodness and grace, you know, grace that I don't deserve because I mess up and I make bad choices. And now I know that I have this power greater than me, you know, who believes that you're important, and every single person, whether they're doing their best or they're doing their least, they're important as well, you know. Then we have this connection, this universal connection, because we all are created from the same creator, whatever that is. But then I go into science, and science says, hey, there's like a genome, or there's something in our DNA that just doesn't fit anything that came from Earth. There's
ancient alien
heavenly,
theory.
heavenly.
Okay,
We're all about the ancient alien theory
somewhere in
around
there,
here.
something outside of this.
I don't think that
plane,
was.
and and I believe that they watch us, and I believe that they care about
Okay,
us, and I
so
believe in divinity.
okay, so are you? Your mom we briefly talked about it a little bit. Are you like her in that you're like a spiritualist? You're not necessarily like Christian or
He's more
Protestant.
Christian than I am.
I'm more Christian because I believe that like so I'm a human being, right? Like let me sit down. I'm a human being, so in the Bible it says that God is beyond human comprehension, right? Like so the Bible.
Oh boy.
So like I can't conceive this, I know that I need structure, and I know that I need discipline, and I know I need design for living. So not only do I read the Bible, I also am in Alcoholics Anonymous, and I used to be a drug addict and an alcoholic, and now I'm sober, right? So this book, this big book, just like the Bible, it gives me design for living. What do I do on a daily basis to live my best life and to be happy and peaceful and useful, right? And how can I help other people?
That's why I believe in Christian values, even though I don't fully buy into the whole Bible thing. I think it's
because I think
it's a blueprint for life.
I think the Bible was a book written by a bunch of goat herders who kind of thought they knew what was going on.
Oh, absolutely, baby. I mean,
and
I choose the meat
that's
and I
it.
out the bones. You've got to read between the lines,
And that's
right?
it.
So I look for
it's just the book. Just
and if you read like in John, it's going to talk about the parables, right? So it gives you a lot of life experiences, and it says, well, this is the experience, this is what you do, and I need that. What do I do if somebody wrongs me? What do I do if somebody hurts me? Or like the one that I like is like the widow, right? Can you hear me?
Yeah. I was just getting some as example. See, to me, the Bible has no more credence than this. The Home Brewer's Companion. It's just the book that was nearby.
Oh, okay.
But like, it has no more credence than Harry Potter.
There's some really good stuff in Harry Potter.
Okay, so should we go around thinking wizards exist?
No, I think that there's similes and metaphors. That's what I was saying about the parables in John. It's saying
okay, so you're not.
There's wisdom in.
So do you think
there's a widow and she gives her last? She gives her 1 coin. It's all she has, and then a rich man gives 10 coins, but it was very little compared to what he had altogether. And who gave more? The Bible says it was the widow. I like that.
That's a good analogy for our current tax situation, but
yeah, I like that. The one who gives everything that they have, right? And it talks about the parable of the prodigal son. The son who's had everything, who leaves God, right? And he goes and he spends his fortunes and he has a good time. And then there's the brother who stayed there and did the right thing, due diligence, right? And stood by his father on his farm. And then the brother comes home and they give him the best sheep, and they give him throw a party for him. And then the brother who stayed there, he's like, hey, what about me? I've been here this whole time. You're throwing a party for homeboy who went out and partied and had a good time. What about me? And it's because God, he loves you regardless. You can do everything that, the most righteous, right? Every single day of your life. And he's going to love you just as much as the person who never did diddly squat. It's not about being a saint or being a sinner. It's about, loving God and loving people. Well, what are you doing today to feed the positive spirit? And I can break it down like that too.
I want to get.
Are you feeding the light, or are you feeding the darkness? Are you feeding the positivity, or are you feeding the negativity? Are you feeding what's good, or you're feeding what's bad? We don't. It's all stories. That's what I'm saying. Harry Potter, that works. That's a great one. That's a story too. I like all those things. It's teaching you a lesson. What are you going to do? A lot of Native American stories are good like that too. Which side are you feeding? Are you feeding the fear? Are you feeding the anxiety? Are you feeding the vengeance, the rejection, the abandonment?
It all ties in with like the law of attraction too.
Are you feeding the strength and the love and the ability to overcome and trust and
what you feed grows.
Stand together? We're on the same team. There's nothing that divides us.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Sorry, I'm just.
But division itself.
We're having some technical issues with the stream. I don't know if it's just me or if Twitch is breaking. It's all broken, so I assume it's just
I love
Twitch.
my mom. I love this woman.
She seems really nice, even though we disagree on a whole bunch of stuff.
You know, whatevs.
Okay, so
What I like about it is even though that you guys disagree, my mom supports you.
yeah,
And that's what it all comes down to, is that we support one another because we have the absolute right to believe whatever we want to believe.
yeah, and so you said you think the Bible is as like believable as Harry Potter. So do you believe in like the God of the Bible? Like
Jesus
Yeshua came
Christ.
by and had a
Jesus Christ.
yeah,
I
Yeshua.
believe, yeah,
She's
I
super
believe in Jesus
Jesus-y.
Christ. I believe that God, that Jesus, the spirit or the soul of Jesus was with God at the creation of the earth. I believe that he loved him and that he placed him in human form to give us a guide on how to live this life out successfully and something to connect with and turn to whenever we needed, that had lived here physically in human form and then went back up to heaven with God. I also believe in
Okay.
aliens. So, I mean, that's
I believe in aliens to the extent that they exist somewhere. I don't think they come here because
I think they definitely come here. I think they've been here, and you know, like ancient technology and stuff like that. Come on, like
I mean it's
we've done this before. This isn't the first time we've blown ourselves up, you know, like we've done this before. We've absolutely done this before. And
like
I believe in the universal consciousness, and I believe it comes from somewhere, you know. There's a God out
so
there. There's
do you believe in absolute morality?
no.
Okay,
No.
so morality is
I don't
subjective.
like absolutes.
So morality is subjective. You
Like
agree?
right or wrong.
Oh,
What's right or wrong is subjective and up to
Yeah.
everyone to interpret in their own way.
Yes, that's the libertarian in us believes.
Yeah,
that
Okay.
morality is subjective, but
I
only
think
to a
that we
certain
do our
extent.
best. I think we do our
obviously.
best, and that's why I have a God, because He forgives me, and that's where I get grace from, right? Mercy.
So-
you know, I'm not condemned to hell because I have a lesbian relationship. I'm not condemned to hell because I have a criminal background. I don't believe I'm condemned to hell because I lie, cheat, or steal. It's about wanting to do better and be better. You know, hey, you can't change yesterday. What are you doing about it right now? What are you doing about it today? You know, and where can I make amends? You know, like I pay restitution on a daily basis for the sins of my past by helping other women today who struggle with alcoholism, with addiction, with loss, you know, with suicidal thoughts. I'm there for them because before I didn't care about anybody but myself, you know, and now I do care about people.
I really want to. I keep wanting to ask the same question. I
Okay.
really want you guys to talk because I'm very curious about this. The pro-ho thing. I know you
Oh yeah.
keep coming back to it. I just really want to
I-
know the answer to this. Why is
Do you
everybody
know
on your
any
side?
hoes that
Why-
are happy?
Why is everybody on your side? So, I think that's great.
I've never
That
met a
is
happy
wonderful.
hoe before.
I have
They're not just.
You
So
do?
I have friends who are sex
like-
workers.
super
and
pro.
I
they
have
love it?
multiple of them.
Are they happy?
Yeah. I mean,
Really?
yeah. I mean,
I
some of
don't
them are
know. We
in
hesitated.
are kind of poor, but like other than that,
They're poor. I mean, because I work with a lot of ex prostitutes, and their
But-
self esteem is very low. They have a lot of trauma they haven't dealt with. You know, the money is a control mechanism that defines them.
well, that's why I say you should, workers seize the means of your own production. Like, I
What
think
about like your soul? You know,
What
I,
about-
I
I
guess
don't-
you don't believe in a soul, so
I don't
How
believe in a
who
soul.
believes in a soul? You don't believe in a
it
soul?
doesn't believe
No,
in a
I
soul.
think-
Okay, so how about like your personal well-being, like how you feel on the inside about yourself, like that?
Myth of the
I'm just trying
body
to get
is
really trying to get to the
unironically a
bottom of
great argument
because
for
you all seem to have the
socialism. I thought
same
y'all were all
philosophy
about
about it.
consequences.
Just like
Because
I don't
all right,
understand why it's so
if-
wrong. Like
if I am perfectly happy making an OnlyFans and showing everybody pictures
Then
of my butthole,
You have a right to do that, absolutely. But
does that
let's
impact
be
you in any way?
real about it.
If I am
think-
perfectly happy making money, showing everybody pictures of my butthole, does that
Yeah.
impact you in any way? unless
No,
you're
No,
buying
no,
it.
it only impacts that person's family,
But,
that person's
yeah,
close,
like
you know, their neighbors.
I do want to
the
say
people
something
they
about
interact with
that.
on a daily
Okay,
basis.
I
so
do want to say something about that.
how
The
does
other
it impact my neighbors? Are they watching me?
no, but
I
the
don't know, like
no,
maybe
I mean,
how did it
if they
impact
want to, they better pay. But
no. I have okay, maybe showing your butthole on OnlyFans doesn't impact your neighbors. But the other day you were saying, why should it matter if you want to be a hoe? It doesn't
Yeah.
it doesn't affect the guy down the street, but it
Yeah.
does affect the guy down the street
it doesn't.
under certain
Am I?
circumstances. If you're hoeing around like the show that I wrote, if you're hoeing around and you're out there, what's going to happen? You're going to get pregnant. You're going to have a
Okay.
bunch of
Oh, hold on.
kids
Hold on.
with the baby daddies, and then
I
they're
have
going to
an
go
answer for this.
They're going to
Argument.
impact. Well, they're going to impact the guy down the street because they're going to tag his fence because they're going to sell drugs on the corner. They're
No,
going to.
no, they're not.
The guy's.
I have
gonna
a solution for
well,
this.
the guy's going to have to
Wait,
pay their
let's listen to his
taxes.
solution.
Her.
It's abortion.
Her solution. I'm not sure if you heard me. Her.
Oh, your pronoun is
She, her. Yeah.
Her. Oh, okay. I like
Um,
that.
So, yeah, this was what's it? Solution.
Solution.
Teach people about birth control. Make
I
it available.
love education.
Because then they won't get pregnant if they have birth control, or they're less likely to.
Yeah.
Abortions.
Yeah.
If you don't want it, get rid of it.
Yeah.
You love this?
No, I'm listening.
But, like-
listening.
I'm not saying you have to get an abortion, but
Yeah, no, I know.
say I say my partner got pregnant or something. They wouldn't, if they didn't want to keep it, it'd be like, all right, let's go get it scooped out,
Yeah.
and then bing bang boom, no baby.
Yeah.
But that doesn't seem to be happening. There's a lot of single moms out there.
Oh, a lot of
I
the
mean, I
single
was
moms
one
are
of them.
a result.
I had 4 kids because I kept getting more welfare every time I had another one, so I didn't really see any reason
So
not to. I didn't think there was anything wrong with sleeping around. I slept around with
I
whoever
don't know.
I
So
wanted to.
what
I kept
upsets
getting
me-
knocked up.
What
I was
upsets
a
me
hooker.
about
I was all this stuff, and it
So,
wasn't
a
good
lot
for
of-
my soul or whatever you want to call that.
but that a lot of
Well,
that comes from if you
society.
if you
harm.
had
Go down the street.
like if you had
I did have an abortion.
actually no, I'm gonna go a different way with this. Lost my train of thought. Were you gonna say something, Tabitha? I lost my. I had a brain fart.
Yeah, I'm just this whole thing, you know, it makes me sad, you know, because these
Like-
are the women that I have to deal with on a daily basis.
I mean, like I lost my virginity at 16. Like
Mhm.
and I'm fine with that. Like
I lost my virginity at 13,
like
but I was underdeveloped, you know. I wasn't emotionally developed. We do things and
and
we're
I
unaware
I
of how
think
it's
we
going
should-
to impact us in the long term, you know.
I think we should teach more about consent rather than like because we don't really talk about consent in a lot of sex ed. Like that's another thing that really needs to be talked
I
about.
don't know, yeah, I feel like that's another thing. It's like, you know, we're so insensitive here, but we're so sensitive here. Like there's such a, you know, like
Yeah, like consent isn't really talked about. Like we need to like not have, and I know Mimzy and I talked about this before, not have places where they only teach abstinence only. They teach abstinence only because I'm not sure if you're aware of this, but states like Utah, which are very much abstinence only teaching when it comes to sex ed, have the highest teen pregnancy and STD rates in the country.
yeah, I definitely think that there needs to be an education, you know, and I just think that when we make poor decisions and we continue to make poor choices, that we're creating really sick individuals, you know, with a lot of trauma and a lot of the pain. And okay, so maybe she has an abortion one time, but she doesn't have an abortion 2 times. Those kids now have to deal with this woman raising them who's in pain. She's in pain because she prostitutes herself. She's in pain because she gave up her child and she knows it and she feels it and she regrets it. I've never met any of these people. I don't know where they're at. Can you introduce me to the ones who are empowered? Because I don't know any. Every single woman I know is broken.
I know people who like. I mean, I don't know if any of them want me to give out their Instagrams, but I have some people I know from high school who have an OnlyFans.
I know a girl that has an OnlyFans, and she
is
likes
a little different from like fucking strangers, though.
Well,
likes to
I
pop a
think
lot- she
well
likes
that's
to pop a lot
because
of pills.
prostitution isn't legalized. I think we should legalize it so it can be more regulated.
Yeah, I
So
think
that
I think that if
I don't think
people
that
were
should be
gonna do
I don't
it,
think it should be a commodity.
Battery
I
low.
don't think you're
why
bought.
not? Aren't you capitalists?
Yeah, I just it's not. I don't.
I
what,
think
what,
I
what
think
other
it's
words are
terrible.
for soul? Yeah, I think
Yeah,
it's just.
I don't know. I
terrible
just think
for
it's super terrible. I don't.
like for
I,
your.
I guess this is probably
emotional
the big
well-being.
divide on this is I don't think a soul exists because
What about your emotional well-being, though?
well
I mean, call it what, like I'm trying to say, call it what you will. There's a part of you on the inside that feels used at the end of the day when you're letting someone use your
doesn't
vagina
feel good.
to jack off.
Have you
and
ever
to,
done
you
it?
know, like,
Have you ever done it?
Charging battery.
without
No,
love, without
I've
feeling?
I've
it doesn't
considered
feel
it,
good.
but obviously I
I've
wouldn't
considered
be.
soul,
I know
too.
people who would
Very much so.
and who would be fine with it.
Mm-hmm.
Like if that's what you want to do.
Okay, so do you know anything like about my history?
Uh,
You know, like,
Maybe-
did you talk about it?
That yeah, I think he does. She does know something about it.
No,
I'm-
she.
Yeah.
I may have. I'm not sure. 'Cause I don't think Mimsy used your name, so I don't.
She's the other daughter who's not Paisley Lane. So do you know something about another daughter?
Were were you the one who? I'm sorry if I'm getting this wrong. Who got mixed up with like it like kind of like being like a pimp and somebody turned out to be a minor.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, so I've worked with a lot of girls through the years. You know, I was in the business for about 7 years, you know, and every single day, all day long, 7 days a week, you know, I was, you know, sexual gratification for financial gain, you know, whether or not I was having sex with them or not, it was sex work, right?
Yeah.
I did it for 7 years. I hated myself. I was drug addicted. I couldn't work without using drugs. You know, I was always willing to compromise myself and push it a little further and push it a little further. And when I got into treatment, I got into sex offender treatment. I had to go to a 4-year program. My thinking was so distorted. I believed I was helping these people, you know, but at the cost of my self-love. And not only that, but I also got a bunch of girls into the business, and every single one of them became heroin addicts. They shot up dope in their necks. They weren't doing that before I got them into the business. They were just smoking weed and drinking.
If we legalize it, it'll be more of a.
They started using meth and heroin. They lost their children.
Almost all the strippers are.
And then a lot of the ones that worked with me, I was doing massages. They would keep the customers after because they were lonely and they wanted love. So they would drink with them and they wouldn't even charge them. They would just have sex with them because it was a way to get an unmet need met, right? Like this emptiness inside of my heart, you know, that yearns for something, and they use the sex work, you know, they used it to fill this void. And when you all feel all used up and you're not sacred and you're not special anymore and you're not pretty and you're not young and you wasted you wasted everything about yourself, you can't connect to another human being anymore because you've been bending over for fucking 20 years. Then you find somebody you love, you can't even have sex with them. Sex is now not even the same thing anymore, you know. And it breaks my heart that I never pulled the trigger, but I handed everybody the ammunition. I bought them their guns, you know, and they all, you know.
Your arm looks weird in the camera.
It's just, you know, it's really heartbreaking. I did it for a long time. I've never had a good experience. A lot of these girls lost their minds. A lot of them were suicidal. It always ended bad. I've never had a good experience.
Okay, so do you think the solution is for it to continue to be legal so that there are more? And I don't know how you ran your little operation or whatever, but you would agree that there are some pimps who are very poor, very badly mishandled.
Yeah. The girl in my case, she was being pimped, she was being beaten, she wasn't being given any money, and I thought, hey, let me show you how to pimp yourself.
Yeah, so I'm in favor of like we should make them co-ops. So like maybe there would still be like a person who would still do
I
it.
respect and support everybody's ability to make that decision for themselves.
And we
Um,
should, if they want to do this, we should make sure that it's
if they
done
want
safely.
to, but
They
like,
should be informed and educated.
yeah,
on
Yeah.
if they're
the
fully
possibilities
informed,
and-
educated, giving
And
other opportunities.
legalizing it
I
would
mean,
help that.
I've never met a woman. I've just never met one, male or female. I have a lot of transgendered prostitutes that I've worked with, and I've never met one who was just like super happy to do it. It's just that they knew they were going to make a lot of money, and they wanted the money.
Okay, so if we legalize it, and
I don't think we were really talking about legalizing or
Yeah, okay, get a
are we gonna-
co-op, go to the outskirts
Yeah.
of town. They do that in like Nevada and
mandatory
stuff like
testing.
Cool. Yeah, do that. Protect the girl, but they're, I don't think it's a great idea. I don't.
It's a
I don't.
bad personal choice.
Yeah, it's a bad
And I
personal
feel
choice, and I'll
basically
be there for those women when they're in turmoil and they need to do some work on themselves and learn how to love themselves again, and they're broken down. I'll be there for those women, and I always am. But it's it's like you don't want to watch somebody destroy their lives. I don't want to support. The same reason why I don't want to eat animals. I don't want to condone and participate and facilitate this tragedy. I don't want to watch it happen. These
Okay,
people,
so
they're worth something.
So are
It's not, you can't
do
put
you
a
basically
dollar
draw the
bill on a
line
human
at
bill.
like?
Yeah, you can't put a dollar bill on a human body. Period.
Well,
You can't do
that's
it.
it's
She has a right
the
to
sex
make
is
that decision
labor.
for herself, and I don't think that she should be incarcerated for it. And I do believe that she should be protected.
The in this way of you saying you shouldn't put money on a human body, the sex is seen as labor, just the same way that
Shouldn't be.
That's her. That's
That's
her.
wrong.
That's
That's
her.
super sad.
Genitalia. Like
that's
that's
super sad.
private. That is.
so
that's
if
genitalia.
these are my arms,
Shouldn't be.
I
Huh?
use them to.
That's not your genitals. That's
So?
not your genitals.
It's the same thing. It's flesh. There's it's
Your-
the
your
difference is
arms don't-
arbitrary.
aren't turning me on right now. That's the age.
They turn some people on.
Perverted.
I had
Yeah,
somebody already
yeah.
asking me how many subs for
I
feet.
guess. I mean, I don't know.
You have stretchy skin too, right? He's got that little stretchy skin.
Really?
Oh yeah, yeah. I have stretchy skin,
You
and
could wrap it around. You could wrap it around somebody's dick.
I
Yeah,
mean,
maybe
sure,
that's
if they want to pay for that, like, but like, you're saying like these aren't sexual to you, they are to somebody.
Well, that we actually did use these
that's what I
quite a
was saying.
bit.
I was like,
No,
actually, never
But just
mind.
looking at it
mind.
is like feet porn.
Yeah, I had a lot of fetish customers. Yeah,
Like it,
It-
I would
don't know.
probably get some people to donate right now
that I'm out
for
of
me
the
to show my
business,
feet.
It doesn't make. I don't have fond memories. Some of it even makes me like really, like upset. I've done a lot of work on it. I'm grateful. I've done a lot of work on it. I've gotten to a good place with it. I've done a lot of inventory on myself and my situation. I've let a lot of things go, but it was a bad experience.
But like,
I'm grateful.
do you
because
see what
I
I
can help other people? But
do you see what I mean? That like the difference is arbitrary between your genitals, your hands, your feet.
mm-mm.
You don't see any difference between doing manual labor with your hands or having somebody's dick in your butthole. You don't see a difference.
Oh, it's so degrading. That's such a
Not if I choose to do it.
Yeah, if you choose to do it, then go for it.
But
But
I said all of this in my
and
show,
also-
in my
and
no
also,
host show. I said,
it
if you choose,
desensitizes a person. It reminds me of
But
Stephanie. It desensitizes a human being. She used to be normal, and now she's not anymore. She's like, and just like like, oh, stick it in me and blah blah blah. But and she's on all these drugs. She's lost 3 of her kids. She hates herself. No more is that a human being, a special person with her skin is special. She's been rubbed and rubbed and rubbed and rubbed until she's like tough. Like nothing penetrates her anymore. Like she's not feeling anymore. She doesn't care anymore. She doesn't care about herself. She doesn't care about other people. That's
legally,
that kind of work wasn't for her.
We're just going to come down to legally.
So that kind of work wasn't for her. Just like
whatever they want. I don't think that people should be arrested for it.
Yeah, I don't.
And I think that they should be protected.
But I don't think we should turn it into a business. I mean,
yeah.
if you want to give somebody money and you want to have sex with somebody,
okay, so
we're gonna keep taking advantage of weak-minded people.
I guess, but I don't think we should condone it so much.
so
Like,
we allow it.
The normal business now. It's just like any other thing,
So
I don't think it's
Th-
right.
This is your answer is just confusing me in this way. It's
Well, I'm
so you're
confused.
saying
It's just the
you're
same
okay
thing
with
I
it
believe about
being
drugs. The
with
libertarian in me
Yeah.
wants to say, do whatever you want, and then the conservative in me says, don't do it because we're normalizing it, and it's just
Okay,
going to
yeah.
make it worse.
And-
And people are going to think it's okay to do. I don't know what the answer is. I don't feel comfortable with just like, hey, let's have sex corporations where everybody
Yeah,
just
and I
comes
would
to
never,
work.
and I would never
gets,
come to a
you
woman
know,
who says, "Hey,
yeah.
I want to do this. I love this. I love
I would
it.
never encourage
I'm
it.
getting
I
off
would- I
on
don't
it.
wanna
I
be a part
enjoy
of it.
This is what I want to do." And I would never come to her and say, "No, you shouldn't." No, do it. If that's what you want to do that. Absolutely. You do that. You love it. You really want to do it. Okay. You're an individual.
And
you have the right
And
to
also,
do
somebody
that.
gives you money. That's none of
If
our
you
business.
no longer
Okay,
feel
so-
that way, and after the
So
experience,
let me just get this. Let me get this straight.
I want to party, and then they do it, and they're like, "Oh, I shouldn't have done it," So
Yeah, let me get this. So you don't think people should be arrested for it, but you don't think they should be able to start a business to do it?
No.
I don't think that we should
So-
condoning it and be like, yeah, let's just open up a
It's normal. Hey, little
Jack in the Box and a
hey,
a Jackie in the Box.
If I ever open a brothel, that's what I'm calling it.
Jackie in the Box.
I'll give you royalties.
I love people, and I want the best for each and every one of them.
Yeah,
and it
and-
breaks my heart when I see the bad stories. If there's a good one, like, great. I don't know. I watched those, the bunny rabbit club or whatever.
The Bunny Ranch.
The
yeah.
Bunny Ranch, and
Yeah,
a lot of
and-
those girls,
Tabitha, I don't think you were here for this, but we were talking about like legalizing drugs earlier.
We're getting interviewed online here by this person. My husband just got home.
Oh, okay. Yeah, if you have to go at any time, I realize it's getting a little late.
We're hungry. Yeah, we're.
Yeah,
gonna
you're
have to
good.
go soon. We haven't had dinner.
Okay. I did want to talk to you about art stuff, so if you are planning to go soon, we can switch over to that.
Yeah, let's do that.
Okay.
It
Did
was
you?
very nice meeting you.
You too. I'm.
I support you. I think
Thanks.
that's awesome. Whatever you're doing, I think it's awesome.
Yeah, I just started streaming and I commented on one of Mimzy's videos and we set this up and
Yeah, I'm a dreamer, but I really proud of my mom and everything that she's doing, because she's doing it. You're not just sitting in a closet somewhere saying, oh, this and that. Like, you're doing it, and that's I give you credit.
yeah, I disagreed with a lot of her opinions, but I did say I admire her confidence to put herself
She's
out there.
very resilient. My mom's a go-getter.
Yeah. What else? Yeah, cause anything else I wanted to say? I'm trying to think. Yeah, was there anything else you wanted to say before
You're doing great. Very nice to meet you.
Yeah, you too.
I'm sure we'll talk again sometime.
Yeah, it would be cool to do this again.
Yeah. Good.
All right, ask me some art stuff because I need to eat that burrito.
Okay, yeah. Yeah, so
Yeah,
I just wanted to so do you make so you said you make the snortlings and all those little miniatures and so do you use them for anything else? Like do you have like an Etsy store or something or
Those are the stars of my books. I made 10 books.
Yeah,
10,
yeah.
You'd hate every single one of them. They're very right-wing kids books. And if I had to do it all over again, I mean, I don't regret making those and everything, but I have learned a lot since I made those books. Like, I used to believe that basically that the right was correct. I'm trying to be much more tolerant now, and I'm much more open-minded, and I see much more that even though I don't agree with everything, that I see much more of the side, like why they believe that, and
Okay.
when I first started making my books and everything, I didn't understand why. I just thought that, like, I know a lot of people on the left think that people on the right, they're just uninformed, they haven't been taught yet,
Yeah, I think a good amount of them.
The left. I thought, well, if only that they would just
Can you let Mimzy
know what
her
I know and
snorkelings
think,
look really
if
cool?
I could just tell them what I believe, then they would be like, oh, okay. I just didn't know. And now I
Yeah.
know. Like, see, I used to believe that way.
Yeah.
So when I wrote my books, I was kind of in that frame
Rolla
of
wants to
mind.
say hello.
So I'll just say that about them. But yeah, I had an Etsy store. Oh, my daughter's girlfriend wants to say hi.
Hello.
Hi, hello.
um,
Why you don't watch me and you watch that?
yeah, we got. We need to get one more person in here, and then we can have the sex number. We got 68 people. But
Oh, you want a 69?
yeah, come on. You got to admit it's a good number. So and Ashy Boo 74 in the chat wanted me to let you know that they think your snortlings look real cool.
Oh, that they look really cool. All right.
So
how old are you?
I'm 21.
Velvet wants to know how old you are. Talk to her, Velvet.
I don't know too much.
She doesn't know very much English, but she sounds really cute. I want you to hear her.
Okay,
Ask her something so you can hear her talk. She sounds so
cute. Are you on board with the whole right wing train, conservative train?
What do you think about my mom's show?
Who, me?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, it's so emotional. I don't know how to say. I'm sorry. I just know 50% English, so I can't.
That's okay.
Much,
but
yeah.
Tell her what you tell me about how it reminds you of your mom.
Yeah, I remember like when I'm young, and I feel like it's the same. That happened in my life too.
She relates.
She can relate to a lot of the stuff on my shows. I think it's what she's trying to say, right?
Yeah. I get it. So
anyway, okay.
You told me.
So for your
getting off topic. Sorry.
Yeah. I wanted to talk a little bit about like. So you said you make other dolls. Do you do anything with a lot of them, or is your only like use for them other than like personal, just doing it for yourself? The books and the show.
Oh, do I sell? I had an Etsy store. Okay. And I sold quite a few doll houses and dolls to go with every doll house. I'm really into the doll houses. I build entire doll houses. You know, I don't just build the little snorlings. I build the houses like from scratch. They're all paper mache mostly, and that. So the houses are what I'm really into, and the tiny little miniature details on all the houses. And I've built plenty of them, and I've sold a lot of them on Etsy. And then the little dolls kind of go with the houses. But
okay, yeah.
I wish I had more time. I want Snorlings Hollow to be my full-time job so I can dedicate more time to making the doll houses and you know, having my Etsy store and, you know, a Patreon where I'm getting, you know, people are winning the houses and stuff. That's my real true passion, is like miniatures and making the houses and stuff. I just love that.
Yeah, and
I wish I had more time to do it. It's kind of an either or thing. Now that I've started the show, I don't have time to make the houses.
I feel like I should let you know this. Patreon does not like giveaways. You're not allowed to do giveaways on their platform, raffles. If you give stuff away to your patrons, you have to give it to everyone in that tier. You cannot have like a raffle. Everyone in this tier is put in for a raffle for like you have it. Your Patreon doesn't allow that on there. It's against their terms of service, and they could shut down your Patreon for it.
Okay, well, I'll look into that. I have heard somebody else say something like that. But
I
thought people were like, yeah, they were giving you ideas of what you can do for your, you know, for your patrons. I thought that was one of them. Give away physical.
You can give it to them, but like if you have 10 $5 patrons, you have to give them all like a thing. Like this one streamer I watch, she does an art stream, and she has a Patreon. And she uses it to, like, all her Patreon recently, like she made a drawing and she printed them out on stickers. So actually I have one of her things. I got this in a Twitch giveaway, but basically she'll send out prints like these to all her like $5 patrons will get one of those every month.
Oh.
So if you do giveaways, it has to be across the tier. It can't be everyone.
Well, I think they couldn't make a dollhouse for every single one of, you know, like.
Yeah. So I mean, you may want to restructure it. So but I want to let you know, because otherwise, if like you're small enough so you might be able to scrape by, but if Patreon gets wind of it, they might just close your Patreon account, and I don't.
All right. Well, that's good to know. I might be
Yeah.
able to do something else then, like set up a website where I just sell my doll houses and then I advertise that on my show or something.
Yeah,
like
you could.
that.
Yeah, that's perfectly fine.
I'll probably do that then.
And I had somebody in chat who was asking, "Have you ever played D&D, Dungeons and Dragons?"
No, I
No,
wasn't that kind of nerd. No.
because it just you're into all this stuff. It feels like something you'd be into.
Yeah, people think I'm. Oh, you probably love Harry Potter and stuff. No, not so much a Harry Potter fan either.
Yeah. Yeah. So you can if you ever have to go, it's cool. But when you're making
I'm
this,
eyeballing that burrito over there. So
You
yeah.
can eat it.
I know I can't eat it on while I'm talking. That'd be gross.
It's so cute.
yeah, yeah, you can go whenever. I just want to say one more quick question.
Sure.
When you're making the snortlings, do you have like do you start with the base, or is it just like a putty that you mold?
Polymer clay.
Okay,
Yeah. It's
okay.
polymer clay. It's oven baked clay.
Okay.
And
Yeah.
they move too. Like their little arms and legs move.
Yeah, I know it looks like they
they
have joints and
all tied together with elastic thread and little, all that stuff. Yeah, so they move.
yeah, and
And I think was it you that was asking how do I change their expressions? No, so it was somebody else. But somebody was asking.
I didn't ask how, but I noticed it, and
Yeah,
I lost it when I noticed it because I forget which episode it was on. It was you gave Piper like angry eyes.
Yeah, that they
and
all
like
changed.
I didn't notice it at first, and I just looked over and she was pissed. She was not having it, and it was hilarious. I lost.
I made 2 Pipers, and I made 2 complete Pipers, little Piper avatars, an angry one and a happy one.
Okay, I wasn't sure if if there was like a head that you swapped off.
The other one, well, with Piper, I had to make the whole one because she's not made out of polymer clay. She's made out of wool.
Okay.
I do wool felting as well. Like the snoglings and the squinkling bodies, they're made out of wool felting.
Okay.
But the polymer clay ones, the weeblings and the winglings, they have interchangeable heads.
Okay. Which ones are which? Because that's one thing I want to get down.
Oh, you want to learn a little lore?
Yeah. If you can.
Okay. Yeah, because I know somebody was. Yeah, somebody else was asking about that too. Okay, so there's different ethnicities.
Yeah.
Inside of Snortlings Hollow, and I don't.
You don't have to explain like the relations, just like which ones are like the ones with like the horns and then like the furry
horns
ones.
Okay, there's 4 different ethnicities.
Okay.
There's the weeblings, and they're just the regular snortlings with the pointy ears.
So like the ones your avatar meets at the Raccoon Clan newspaper or whatever.
The Beaver Clan Gazette.
Beaver Clan.
One of them's a wingling. The Moon is a wingling. The winglings have wings. They're like fairies.
Okay. Winglings
like,
have wings.
Weeblings, they're weeblings, but they're a little smaller and they have wings and they're wings. And then the snoglings are all wool felt. And they're mostly taller. The adult ones are taller.
Okay.
And those are the snoglings. They're all wool felt. Their face, their nose, their ears.
Yeah.
They're all felted. And the squinklings are the wool felted bodies, and then they have the polymer clay faces with the little horns.
Okay.
And those are the squinklings. So
okay.
4 different kinds.
All right. So
but they're all snortlings because they all live in Snortlings Hollow. It's like it's like we have all these ethnicities living in America.
Oh, okay.
Americans.
Okay, I was confused which ones were the snortlings.
All of us.
Okay, so all of them are snortlings,
like
but then there's snoglings, squinklings, winglings, and weeblings. Okay, weeb. Okay. Was weeb a conscious choice or is that a coincidence?
I don't know what that means. So
okay,
it was
so
an unconscious choice. What does it? Does it
mean a weeb is just like someone who's like very into like anime or Japanese culture.
Oh no, I didn't know that. I just thought of names. They don't.
Okay, I wasn't sure because I know it's pretty. It fits in well, so it was
and
possible you
people
just made it
think
up.
that I named Snortlings after like snorting meth,
Oh, God.
and
That would be funny though.
We
that
don't
that
do
I
that anymore.
but I didn't. That's not what it's from. It's just from like a private joke between me and my son, and then it kind of spread out to the rest of my family, where we would say snort to each other to be funny. Like instead of hi or bye, we'd say snort,
Okay.
or whatever. We just like
Yeah.
when he was young, we thought it would be funny, or we just walked up to each other and go snort, and then we'd laugh.
Yeah, my
And
friend
so
group has her own little ridiculous
it's our
inside
funny little
jokes.
word. It's our funny little word, and it was like kind of became like a private joke with me and my son. I even for like 1 year for Christmas, I got him a special made T-shirt that just said "snort" on it. And he's like,
That's funny.
"What?" But so when it came time to like name my little guys, I'm like, "How about Snortlings?" And he laughed, and then we just went with that.
Okay. Yeah, that.
And Piper wasn't named after a meth pipe either, because somebody also said that. She's like,
Okay, I didn't hear about that.
Snortlings and Piper. Oh, meth. I get it. I'm like, no, it was just a name.
It's just an
I just-
unfortunate
I thought-
coincidence.
I just thought it was cute and a cute name.
Yeah, and then there's is there a shipping fandom with Piper and Milo, or
Oh, what now?
with Piper and Milo? Is there a fandom that's what would it be Pilo?
Did I? No,
Oh, do you not know about like shipping names?
No, what is that? mean?
So basically, like especially in shows, or like they do this in real life too, but it's more common in shows where it's like people will like imagine these two characters as a couple, even though they're not.
Oh, and then they put the names together.
Yeah,
Yeah, but
like-
like on like I was watching
Brangelina or something.
Angelina, right? And then I was watching Big Bang Theory the other day, and Sheldon and Amy, they called them Shamey.
Yeah.
Yeah. So Pilo, why? What's the significance of Pilo? Is that a word?
Piper and Milo.
But is that a word?
No,
Like,
I just
thing?
it's just
Is that like funny because it means something or no?
it would probably either be Pilo
Are
or
you-
Miper,
are you-
and I feel like Pilo
Are you
works better.
suggesting that Milo and Piper may someday get together?
Well, I think Piper can do better.
Oh.
Milo's a dirty centrist.
She thinks he's hot though.
I mean,
Piper's the slut.
well, Piper can go get it.
I think that's the plan.
All right, so I'll let you go eat your burrito.
All right.
All right, thank you for coming on.
You're welcome. I hope you feel at least I was a good sport.
Yeah, do you want to mention any social media or anything to anybody who?
I'm not really into a lot of social media. It's just my YouTube channel. So
Okay, so
watch Adventures in Snortlings Hollow. I just made a new show. I'm doing the editing on it right now. I would love everybody to watch it.
I'm
It's a
sure.
good one. It's a good one. Watch it.
Okay.
Let me know what you think. Leave a
Yeah,
comment.
I will. We will probably
Piper's
watch
Little House is
that.
cool and reminds me of the little
It's
house
not
my
out yet,
grandparents
but-
built.
I think
In a couple
Friday.
of days. Give me a couple of days. I'm doing some editing. Give me a couple
Okay.
of days. It'll be out day after tomorrow probably.
Oh, okay. So
Maybe y'all can watch
maybe
it together.
maybe we'll do a premiere on,
Reaction.
because I usually stream on Fridays, and we do. Usually
Okay.
my current schedule is Sunday, Tuesday, Friday. So
I'm
all right.
sure you'll have plenty to say about it.
Yeah. Do we get a teaser?
It's so funny because I always make these shows and I'm like, yes, all sides have got to agree on this. They're just definitely going to see my side now. Nope.
Do
That
we get a
ain't gonna
teaser?
happen. I've given up on that.
Can we get an official like a little teaser about what it's about?
It's about, I don't want to give away too much, but I would just say that it's about the differences between the brains of the left and the right. Like
Okay.
brain differences. That's a big
All
part
right.
of what it's about, but just
That's a
differences.
good teaser.
Yeah.
Right.
Okay. About why it's so hard for us to see eye to eye.
Okay. Yeah. I was just wondering if we could get an exclusive little bit to know about before anyone else.
Okay, there you go. That's
There
what
you
you
go.
get.
That's good. All right. So enjoy your burrito.
I
I hopefully I'd be down to do this again if you are.
Okay, well, You know, I wouldn't mind doing it again, but I almost feel like I need like maybe give me a little list.
Okay, yeah, we can maybe organize it a little
Yeah,
bit better
that would
and
be cool.
narrow down topics a bit more.
Yeah, so we're both prepared.
Okay. All right.
Okay.
Thank you for coming on.
All right. You're welcome.
All right.
Good night.
Bye-bye.
Bye, friends.
Oh, there's a delay, so no one's seen
Oh,
it yet, but I'm sure they'll all say goodbye.
okay.
All right.
Oop, there's a leave button.
Yeah.
That might work.
We did it, chat. We talked to Mimzy Moon. Oh man, that was... Oh boy, chat. Wow. Hey, let's go back to our other layout real quick. Oh, I'm here now. um, actually, I probably could have kept it in this layout. Now I got to go through all these. Let's see. End meeting. Oh, hope you didn't see nothing you weren't supposed to, chat. We need a video capture device. Add source. Add source. Kablamo. All right, chat. So what do we think? How do has our opinion changed on the Mimzy Moon? Yeah, I don't want you peeping at my desktop. That was honestly better than I expected.
That
Agreed.
was honestly what better than I expected.
I agree. That was way better than I was expecting. Now I gotta go through all your bit messages, chat. Let's see. Alright, I think I got... Alright, we'll start at Zonlik, because I think I did the what do I normally stream. I think I answered that. And it's just kind of like a mix of stuff right now. Some politics, some... let's put on some chill music.
Have a weird number of bits caused that was weird lol.
Thank you. God. Thanks for everyone. Thank you for the follows, the bits, the subbies, all that. Let's put on some stream beats. Let's just get some music in the background for now. This is a good one. All right. Let's see. What do I know? So, it's that one. Zonlik, thank you for the Prime subby. Woohululu, thank you for the Tier 1 sub. Klava Fusna, thank you for the follow. Meaty 52 with 50 bits. Piper deserves a true comrade. Agreed. Piper can do better than Milo.
I feel like you really planted a seed, which was the goal.
Yeah, I feel it was pretty productive. Because Jake said I can bring him up if I felt like the bridge was worth burning. And Zonlik, thank you for the 5 gifted subs. Slow Dog, 200 biddies. Did the watch another video bit get added after she started getting attention? It's so defensive. No, it didn't. I think we watched the first episode and it was there from the beginning. Carrie Goss as her biggest Patreon subscriber. I should message her to get on. Oh, this is before. Snowstorm the Fox, thank you for the follow. It's Ken Spector, Reweaver, Cybercrimes, Lucas Dawn, Poet Lover, Noodles All Cat, Evans Ghost, thank you all for the follows. Meaty52 has 50 bits. Their bot choices. I don't know what that was referenced to. Some of these are going to be weird to read out of context, but Jalen Jean, thank you for the 20 bits. What about people on disability who can't get married without losing their benefits? Do they have to be abstinent? Yeah, it's. I really hate this whole abstinence only push that we're getting 2K. What? What do you mean we're getting 2K? 2K what? You're scaring me, Tsushima. If you're doing this again, y'all should talk about it. Jake. Yeah, I thought about bringing up Jake. But I didn't want her to get scared off. I don't. 2K what? You're scaring me, Tsushima. um. Yeah, I really hate the whole abstinence only thing she does a lot, where it's like, yeah, it's an option. Oh. Oh, you can watch the stream in a higher resolution. That's what you meant. Yeah, it might have been because Zoom might have been taking up more bandwidth. Oh, yikes. Yeah, it seems like after a while Zoom just kind of went all fucky. Maybe we'll try to use a... Oh. Oh, that's what you meant. Oh, okay. You scared Sushi Mom. I thought you were saying there was somebody coming in with a 2,000 person raid, and I got really nervous. Oh, Mitch is out as Senate Majority Leader. Awesome. It's about fucking time that turtle is Here, let's post debate chat. Oh, wow, I never even changed the... Yeah. Okay, so, hey, if you're getting those 2K, cough it up, chat. Cough it up. I'm just kidding. You guys don't take care of yourselves first. Then if you have extra money, maybe a little bit my way, but make sure you guys are set first before you donate. Transgenders aren't real. Your Ben Shabibos. Yeah, I wanted to call her that. That is just a. I think I even kind of got it to her a little bit that was kind of just a nonsense. Talking point. By the way, I want to check chat. Let's see. My emote's still pending. I got 2 more achievements, chat. Thank you for those. Affiliate emotes. Pending approval. Damn it! I was hoping we could at least get one. Music down. All right. Actually, I will leave it there. And then turn it down. So like that. Yeah, I think I don't want to be too hopeful, but I think I might have planted a seed on some things. You can't disagree on a person's right to exist. Yeah, it's like I really wanted to hammer that home, but we did kind of change topics a lot, and I think if we do this next time again, like I think we should narrow down the topic a bit more, and she agreed on this. She agreed to that, which is good. So, and also Sushi Mom and any other mods who have helped, Baha, Bellstar. I don't know if you guys are still here. Thank you guys for helping out with chat. I was not really.
I could see it in her face. I saw the empathy. Just for a second. I could see her brain go, oh, it's basically legal to unalive trans people. I could see it click into place, and then I could see the cognitive dissonance take over.
Oh, yeah.
Fjord Horse. Thank you for the subby. Thank you so much. Thank you everyone. Again, thank you everyone who has subbed, donated biddies, all that. You guys are amazing. This is incredible. This is my first stream as affiliate. Is Islamophobia cool then? Yeah, I should have mentioned that. She said, "Oh, well, that's just Islam isn't a race." And I'm like, because it also wasn't just Muslims across the board. Like, he wasn't banning Muslims from like India or like China or Africa, which have very high Muslim. I don't know about China, but you know, other countries that aren't Middle Eastern. Let's see. Why would white supremacists attach themselves to a leader if that leader isn't preaching white supremacy? Yeah, that's what I was trying to get at. But she was like, "Oh no, he denounced them. Like, he denounced them after being asked like 20 times. Does he denounce them?" Like in the debate, he was like, all right. So there's a lot of things people saying that, you know, white supremacists back you and you support white supremacy. Do you disavow this? Do you denounce them? And he's like, I don't. He's like, Proud Boys, stand by, stand down. Yeah. Did I win the debate? I would say so. I would say I I would say I came out better, because it wasn't really like. I feel like. I mean, I wasn't really trying to make her look stupid. Yeah, he didn't ban Indonesia, which has the highest concentration of Muslims. Yeah, stuff like that. I wasn't trying to make her look stupid, but maybe I did unintentionally. 50 cheers. Proud Boys rebanning themselves to be explicitly exclude POC. I wish I could click the link in chat, but thank you, Meaty52, for those 50 bits. Yeah, they're very openly, they're pretty white supremacist, and that's what I was trying to get on Among Us. I'm reading out biddies and subs. I will do it after. I don't know how much longer you guys are gonna play for, but majority Jalen Jean, thank you for the 20 bits. Majority of stats say all races commit crimes at same proportional rate. Yeah, I mentioned that one. Marcus Drake, black people with 50 bits. And E. Clark, the vice president, sets the is a decider, I think. Maybe, or maybe I'm getting that mixed up. Yeah, I feel like she is very misinformed. Which was what I was trying to say at the end, but and Slow Dog 52 with the 100 biddies. Just saying, all black people just commit more crimes. Yeah. It's like, then why do they get arrested more? Because the police go there to arrest them more often. It's based on a study by First 5 Head Start preschool, black boys are 3 times more likely to get expelled from school. What? For what? What do you get expelled from preschool for? 50 bits. As a Venezuelan, Venezuela's never been socialist. It's curing capitalist setbacks. Yeah, it's... And also, oh, Meaty52, you're from Venezuela? That's... I don't know if you live there currently, but that's interesting. Because, yeah, even she agreed that the US was the one who fucked it up. Like, we were the ones who went there, installed these totalitarian regimes because we didn't want socialism. I really should have hammered home the whole, like, it's because we don't want socialism or communism to work. So we go in there and we fuck it up and then go, look, it doesn't work. We do that every fucking time. Mickles said Candace Owens praised Hitler's nationalism. Hafen, the Nazi's name, is correct. Yeah. The nationalist. What was their party name? The National Socialist Party? Party name. National Socialist German Workers' Party. Yeah, and I feel like I at least got her to... Oh, you're from New York too? Okay, solid. Oh.
No, I'm an upstate New Yorker too. My family are anti-socialist expats.
Okay. Yeah, it's... And Venezuela isn't very socialist. Nazis turned public industries into private ones, made them more capitalist. That's interesting. I didn't know that. I'd like to know which ones. Mickelsad with 1,000 biddies. That is incredible. Ultimate research document is great for stats about black and trans people. I will keep that in mind. Ashley Boo with 5 biddies. Can you let Mimzy know that we appreciate her having this conversation with you / us? We appreciate the bravery to listen to ideas that aren't like yours. Yeah, I mean, I didn't say it to her none, but I said it at the end basically. Ashley with another 5 biddies. Yo, superpower, actual Jake loves. Hell yeah. Cobbies. You gotta love the cobbies. And hopefully we can figure out a name for our little raccoon friend, or possum friend. I was originally gonna do a raccoon and like kind of play it off the raccoon clan in Snortling's Hollow. And since they're the Democrat Party, they're like the more left-leaning party. Explain it to her like this: you are paying for other people. That's how insurance works. Nationalizing it just stops the capitalists from scraping the funds off the top. Yeah, I did explain that part. And thank you for cheering. I think I explained it when you cheered. Mickelsad with 100 biddies. Medicare for all gives you more choices of doctor and service. Yeah. Cheer 50 bits. Why don't you think insurance is cheaper, Mimzy? Spoiler, because capitalism. Yeah, capitalism's kind of stinky. Meaty 52, you have been insane. Given so many biddies. Can I... let me see. Oh, you and Mickelsad, both of you, insane. Mickelsad with 1,500 biddies, and Meaty 52 with 1,200, and even everybody else. Slowdog, Cornhole Blaster, Friserburn, Innsmouth Swim Team, Caracos, Woohoo, Sushi Mom, Ashibu, all you. Thank you guys so much. Meaty 52, there are more unsold homes in the US than there are homeless people. That is insane. Profane Priestess with 4 bits. Talk about the fact that capitalism smothers creativity and whimsy in people. Socialism encourages people to develop creativity. Yeah, you're not going to go out and try and start a business if you know it's going to bankrupt you. And if the process of just doing it regardless if it's profitable at the end, will bankrupt you. Well, yeah, you lost control tonight. Well, that's I'm just, um, yeah, I know it's incredible. 37 empty homes for every one homeless person. That is disgusting. We got the Profane Priestess, Mannequin with 25 biddies, Scoop, Micklesad with 100 bits, abortions would save healthcare money. Mimzy is arguing Fifis over facts, yeah. Feels over reels. Micklesad with another 100 biddies, Jake was right, he said to talk about stuff in terms of freedom. Yeah, which I tried to do. I maybe didn't word everything perfectly, but Profane Priestess with 1 biddy. We need to enforce that through Mimzy. Not sure what the thing was, but okay. Meaty 52 with 50 bits. How about the Nissan Toyota Wars of 2025? Oh my god, I know that was. I know she didn't subscribe to that, but I just couldn't help talking about it because, like, oh boy, her son is like pro privatization of cops. Like, and I feel like that might be a slippery slope, but like a slippery slope fallacy. But like, I feel like there's no upside to privatizing a police force. Because then their only responsibility is to the people who pay them. It's Slow Dog 52 lobbying. Yes, the word I was looking for. Meaty 52. I don't think Rin is a liberal. Definitely not. But I kind of let that slide because that's kind of arguing semantics. Where it's just like, isn't there a church in the U.S. I think so. I wouldn't be surprised. Yeah, I think in that situation it's better. Like, I may have taken it a bit extreme with the whole like Nissan Toyota wars, but it's how do you stop these private companies who are having their own police force and just yeah. Oh yeah, I want cops in schools is kind of gross a lot of the times. Profane Priestess with 5 bits, profits and decision making power. Yeah. Slow Dog 52 with 100 biddies. Walmart in the free market pays their employees so little, and their HR department gives them info about getting welfare and food. Yeah, Walmart is one of the worst. I should have brought them up. Walmart is awful. Like, I think Walmart's probably even worse than Amazon. Meaty 52. Actually, no. I'd say maybe Amazon is probably worse because I feel like Amazon tends to overwork their employees more. Meaty 52 with 50 bits. That's not how capitalism. I assume that's meaty. That's not how capitalism works. And then Noodles Hall Cat. CD Projekt Red is not a co-op. It gives stock to workers. Also, workers have no place to work. Yeah, I know CD Projekt Red isn't a great company with how they treat their workers, but it was a little quick example of what I was saying. So it was just more about the example of reimbursing companies for the sales of a product. So the better the company does, the more you get paid. instead of getting paid a wage, and then if you have that wage, and then that wage stays stagnant as the company gets more profit, like Amazon. Amazon made billions of dollars over the pandemic, and their workers probably didn't get paid anymore. Yeah, I've worked for Rami. I can tell you, sure, they don't generally overwork their employees, underpay shit. Yeah. Unless you're salaried, then you work. Yeah. I realized that after I said it. They probably don't.
One of my high school cops went into our health class and proselytized about not doing weed cause this was around the time weed legalization in our state WA was up for debate.
Ooh. Yeah. My health teacher was... I had a pretty good health teacher, which was like... I don't know if it's called the same stuff everywhere else, but health was like where we talked about drugs and sex ed and stuff like that. And my health teacher basically kind of said, you're probably gonna be okay if you smoke weed, but I can't say that out loud. She was a bit more realistic with drugs, because she talked about how like she had friends who still smoke weed and they're like her age. She was in her 30s or 40s, and like they're doing fine, and they just kind of smoke weed on occasion. Like yeah, I was kind of at the end of Dare. I didn't get a ton of it. I got a bit of it. Undead 283, thank you for the follow. Woohoo, thank you for the 20 bits. In Boston, my sister-in-law made $2 less than federal wage because I should have mentioned tips when I was talking about minimum wage, because I think even one of my jobs that I worked, because I got tips, I got paid less. Jalen Jean with 20 bits. I have a ton of friends with degrees who have multiple minimum wage jobs because the wages are low and rent is so high. Yeah. The cop in my school didn't seem bad, but I preferred if he wasn't there. The real problem at my school were the shitty security guards who kept accidentally macing bystanders and trying to build harems of teenage. What the fuck? Like, we had security guards at my school, but they were just kind of like glorified hall monitors. Like, they would just kind of say, hey, go to class. And like, if you knew them well, they'd tell you, hey, go to class after talking to you for 5 minutes. Like, there were a couple who I was friends with, and like, you know, you get up, you go to the bathroom during class, and you stand there chatting with them for a good 5 minutes. But like, that is insane. The security guards at my school, like, ooh. They weren't. Yeah, my school didn't really have that. I got lucky. Where was I? Meaty52 with another 50 bits. Does the history of domestic violence warrant the death penalty? How about selling loose cigarettes? Yeah, it's... I feel like this is a lot of that is like justifying after the fact. Oh, because they did this thing in the past. Like, I'm surprised they were that cool with like that, like, correct about the George Floyd thing, where they were like, oh yeah, that was fucked up. Because I thought they were like, oh well, he was on drugs, And he robbed a pregnant woman before, which I think may have been a different person. May have been a different person. I'm not 100% sure. You may want to fact check me on that. It's the whole justifying of police executions are wild. Emma the Wizard, thank you for the follow. Meaty52 with another 50 bits. There's no stopping you, Meaty. You're insane. Is
this stream going to be up as a VOD?
Yes it is. And if you missed any of it, or if you want to watch it again, Jake will be watching this on his Twitch on Thursday. Actual Jake. I assume most of you know who Jake is. If you don't, actual Jake. I think that's the link to his Twitch. Yeah, that's him. He's real cool. Go give him a follow. He will be reviewing. He'll be watching the VOD. I'm sure he won't watch this part, but unless he is, then hi Jake. You're the best. The king of the cornfield, the king of all corns, the corn daddy.
Jake. Actually, are you actual Jake Pog?
I don't know. I heard he's some bum he's some doofus who sits around in a corn suit. Anyway, Emma Wizard, thank you for the follow. Meaty52, with another 50 bits. Mimzy, when was the last time you were in a gunfight with street criminals? And that would have been a good time. Toast Alchemist, thank you for the follow. AshyBoo74 with 5 biddies. You can change your personal philosophy, but most right-wingers want to push their philosophy on the rest of us who don't agree with it. Yeah. Chapelmon, thank you for the raid. Meaty52, the myth of the prodigal son is actually a great argument for socialism. I thought y'all were about consequences. Yeah, I feel like I don't know a ton of Bible stories. I know Bible history, like the history of the Bible itself, but I don't know a ton of Bible stories. Ashyboo with 5 bits, thank you for the 5 biddies. Can you let Mimzy know our things look really cool? I did. She said thank you. Profane Priestess with 4 biddies. Could we turn Mimzy onto D&D? She might really like it. I feel like she could get into it. And then we can also use that to bring her over to the correct side of opinions. Ashyboo with another 5 biddies. Piper's little house is cool. It reminds me of a little house my grandparents built. Yeah, like, I love what she does with art. But the way she does it and what she uses it for is disgusting. Claire the Egg, thank you for the follow. Profane Peacist, thank you for the 5 biddies. That was honestly better than I expected, agreed. I feel like I did the recipes, but I'm gonna go through them anyway. Classes TV, I have a weird number of biddies because that was weird. Agreed, it was weird, it was interesting. I feel like you really planted the seed. Actually, boot 74 with 50 biddies. Thank you. Profane Priestess with 5 biddies. I could see it on her face. Yeah. Okay, I read that one. Fjord Horse, thank you for the sub. And I feel like, then we're all caught up. We did it, chat. We made it through all the biddies. So, let's see. What do we want to do, chat? Do we want to hang out for a little bit? Yes. I'm cool with staying on for a bit. Where is my Discord? I forgot we're still on. Oh, are we still playing? Let's see. Yeah, do we want to? I don't know. I feel like we are kind of overloaded on Mimzy, and I don't have the energy to watch trash. Do we want to? We can watch. Let's see. What's his name? GTFO. Are you guys still playing Among Us, or is the Amonging reach its conclusion? Townsend's. Endless Ocean? I don't have Endless Ocean. That's what I was looking at. Yeah, Daddy Town. We stopped. Most people went to sleep or shower. We have enough people to play Among Us. I would. Yeah, I might come for vibes in a little bit. We might chill out here, watch something nice. Cause if you haven't seen Townsend's, I love it. Jake usually watches it a lot, but he hasn't been doing cleanses lately, and I'm real upset at him about it. Pee Wee Dee Dee. What are you sending me, Dwayne? Alright. Good night, Sushi Mom. Have a good night. Thank you for helping out. Hopefully I'll see you around. Hopefully we can get something. I think we're streaming again Friday night. We can do some dumpster diving. Well, yeah, she has all of us. Let's see. Custard tarts. Great turkey cook-off. Oh, that sounds good.
Welcome to 18th Century Cooking. I'm your host, John Townsend. Today we're doing turkey two totally different ways because it's Thanksgiving. We have to do turkey. This is going to be a crazy experiment. Thanks for joining us today as we savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century.
Yeah, so he does like he has like this historical recreation of
so
like
we're joined today by Ryan.
Colonial America. Colonial like early America, where he has like this like old-fashioned oven that they made. They probably made this table, they made this tent. There's like a cabin over here. They'll probably show it later, but like they built a whole cabin, and like they're building this whole thing, and they're doing it the way they did it back then. And it's like this whole historical recreation thing. It's amazing. I love watching it. So we'll watch one of these to
he's gonna do
to
one
wind
turkey,
down.
and I'm gonna do another turkey. My turkey is going to be
Have a nice chill.
very right out of the 1796 Amelia Simmons cookbook kind of turkey. We're gonna hang it by the fire. We're gonna stuff it. We're gonna do all that normal stuff that you would expect for an 18th century turkey. But Ryan's going to do something crazy different.
Yeah.
And
So we built this oven.
This guy on the
with a
left is
turkey
like
in it.
the main
And
guy
so that's why we made
who does
the whole thing bigger, right?
most
But
of
then we
the
went to the cookbook,
the
so
stuff,
it's like,
and then
they're not really baking turkeys. So
our buddy over here.
I'm winging it. I'm basically gonna. I'm
the chef,
basically gonna
he does
salt, pepper,
like some
season,
special cooking
butter,
stuff.
tie this in paper, which is a technique that you see a ton for all kinds of dishes in 18th century cookbooks. But we haven't done it on this channel before, so it's like this is a lot of different experiments rolled into one.
He seems to
papering
be a
is
bit
gonna look
more
hilarious. I just know it. I can just see it.
It's like a gift
experience with like culinary
Yeah,
stuff.
and then put it in the oven. It's going to be hilarious. So while Ryan is buttering
And-
his bird, let me read to you this Amelia Simmons recipe real quick to stuff and roast a turkey or fowl. 1 pound of soft wheat bread, 3 ounces of beef suet, 3 eggs, a little sweet thyme, sweet marjoram, pepper, salt. Add a gill of wine, fill the bird therewith, and sew it up. Hang down to a steady,
thought he was gonna say
solid
nutmeg,
fire,
'cause, like,
basting frequently with salt
we
and
know
water
Daddy
and
Townsend
roast
always
until
had some
steam emits from the
nutmeg to
breast.
everything.
Pull 1/3 of a
See your
pound of butter
project.
into gravy. Dust
Hope you had a
flour
good
over
night.
the bird, baste
Hope you
with
enjoyed
gravy.
the-
That sounds good, doesn't it?
the
Serve
Mimzy
with boiled
debate.
onions and cranberry sauce. There you
It
go.
was
Pretty
interesting.
simple. So let me get started
was
on
something.
this.
Shit. Yeah, got some cobbies. Hopefully, next stream we will have our little trash possum, who is gonna be representing the channel in
I
chat.
wanted to tie my bird up before I put it in the paper so that when I take it out and take the paper off, the legs and the wings don't want to fall apart on me. Got that tied up. Then I wrapped it in several layers of paper, depending on the weight of the
Weird.
paper that you use. It's just go by feel.
There's a turkey in there?
Yeah. Looks good.
That's
So tie it up nice and snug,
That's
then
a-
it's ready to go in the oven.
wild method to cook turkey. Yeah, so like you don't have the fire going in these ovens. You start a fire in it, and then the insulation just like keeps it at temperature.
So how you feeling, Ryan?
Good. Yeah. I mean, as far as the one in the oven, I don't think we'll know anything for a couple hours. We'll check it
And
and see where
I
we're
want to
at.
peek and
He-
see
I
if
know.
it's caught on fire or anything,
Right.
because I don't know how that paper is going
Every once in a while, I just glance over to see if there's smoke rolling out of it.
Yeah.
and he's
This
and he's a
one-
good cook, so it's
Well, I mean, the whole fireplace is warm.
Yeah.
So I've had the fire going in here for 4 or 5 hours. The side walls are heated up, so the whole fireplace is acting like a reflector oven. Heat's coming off that wall, the back wall, this wall, and then we've got the fire here.
it looks good.
So when we cook
And
turkeys today,
I would love to eat some of
everyone
Daddy
thinks,
Townsend's
oh,
cooking.
well, I'm going to put this in the oven. I'm going to bake it in
And
the oven.
it's
We
always
might
good
even call it
that
a roast turkey, but
he's
we
pretty
bake
based.
It, so
Always
you
good to
it's
know,
not really
'cause,
a roasted one.
a lot of times he has
you don't
talked
see
about
that
and like
in
featured
18th century
like
cookbooks.
some
No, I mean,
like
I'm
slavery
not gonna say that it's not there,
cooking,
right?
like
I have
stuff like
done it,
the
for
slaves
sure.
did, and talks
So
about like
I just
some of the
think
not so
that
nice
for the
parts of
most part,
U.S.
they were
history. So
used to
he's not just
roasting
trying
by
to
roasting
glorify
stuff by the
America
fire.
into
When we
this.
hear roasting, we think a roast.
So
if you
he's
don't
pretty
have
based.
this
He's
big
cool.
pan to put all that in, and then put that in the oven, which has a fairly narrow door for most ovens, then you lose all of those drippings, and you lose everything that can be made
That was,
into a broth or a colas later. In this case, you've got a pan right underneath it. It's catching all of
I'm
that.
still like
so
in
I don't think that
Mimzy
they
moon
were
shock
utilizing ovens for that kind of thing.
of
There's also the issue of temperature. So the ovens today, you turn on the oven, you set the temperature at exactly 300 degrees,
Right.
and it's going to bake it it's going to bake whatever's in there at that 300 degrees for as long as you
Yeah.
leave the oven on.
Just that concept of reheating the oven, I'm willing to do that in this circumstance just because it's an experiment, right? And darn it, I want to make a turkey in that oven. That's one of the thoughts that we had coming into it. But as far as sticking to historic recipe, that's really playing with what you should be doing. So.
We're gonna. Ooh. Oh, and then you put it back to crispy up the skin. Okay. Yeah, she was kind of yikesy at points. It was certainly something. Oh. Side dishes, onions, and cranberry sauce. Nice. Oh, you got the pan for gravy? I was wondering, like, 'cause you just let all those drippings go on the floor? So that's flour? Oh yeah, so you can baste it. Cranberry sauce? Oh. Yeah, it got into religion a lot more than I was planning it to. Mostly because her daughter came over and started talking a lot of spiritual woo-woo nonsense. Yeah, and I'm not surprised it got yikesy. It's Mimzy, so are we really that shocked? But I feel like it looks like I can never be vegetarian again. Yeah. That's like, I'm probably going vegetarian, but like like this
it's
shit.
Time to try out these turkeys. They smell great. We have an extra person to help us out with the taste testing, Brandon the blacksmith, and we're going to try out my turkey first. But before we dig in, I do want to talk about this Thanksgiving that we're having this year. I know it's going to be weird for a lot of different people out there in the world because of everything that's going on. But we need to remember what Thanksgiving is about. It's not necessarily about turkey. It's not necessarily about getting together with family. It's about being thankful for all the amazing things we do have. So we do want to be thankful, regardless of whether we can get together in big groups
I didn't.
or not. It's an amazing
I didn't
thing.
get that part where she was like...
We've got my turkey.
Yeah, also,
we're going to try it out first.
Daddy Townsend
Hey,
face.
cheers and happy Thanksgiving.
Where I got that mask.
There we go.
Oh, yeah.
And now...
Bilisk, thank you for the sub. You guys have been incredible tonight. This is...
Very good.
This is insane.
That stuffing.
This is my first day as affiliate, and
this
this
really
is
good.
incredible. You guys are
You can
amazing.
taste the wine in it.
And strangely enough, the soup, which
yeah, that
would
part
give
was
it a
really
bad
confusing.
taste,
Where I was like, she was
gives
like,
it a
yeah, the Bible is
good
just a
taste.
book,
I didn't get
but I
much
know
skin on
Jesus.
my piece of
It's like,
turkey.
what?
And what's interesting is the herbal flavors
Bible-
that he put in there are still really coming through. And
God.
a lot of times what you get with
That would have
turkey,
to be its
or any
whole
meat
own
really is
debate.
you've got your rub, and then you get much past the surface, and you don't have a whole lot of those flavors, but it really permeated well.
And also, I think the turkey benefited from having this.
Also, I don't know if this would impact the way they were cooking it, but what you're saying, it didn't penetrate that deep, a lot of the flavors. What they should have done is gone under the skin and create little pockets, and then you put some like seasoned butter under there, and that helps crisp up the skin and make sure the meat deep down is nice and flavorful.
Stuffing in it, holding that
I think so,
moisture
too.
in, right? So
Yeah, I
even though
feel
we
like
don't do that in a modern sense. It
that
really
could be an
helps the
interesting
turkey
conversation,
not
but
to dry out from the
that would
center,
have to be its own thing.
Yeah. Yeah, and I don't know
But
if
yeah,
there was
also
something
I
to
mentioned chat.
the fact that it was hanging, and so the moisture is kind of coming down.
Right.
The
My
whole time.
my dad
Right.
found them. My dad
Okay,
used
so
to brew.
that was the turkey
but
that hung
I
by the
am
fire. Now it's time to
planning
try out the
more
crazy
so in the spring and
experimental
summer.
Ryan turkey,
Yeah.
right?
To
Yeah,
start
so at
home
the
brewing.
2-hour mark
some
or
beer.
so, I took that turkey out of the oven.
So
I took all the paper off of it.
I might,
and I put it back in the oven for
obviously depending on how
40 minutes, and then I didn't
like
like
I don't
how it
expect
was
every stream to
coloring
be
up,
like
so I
this.
decided to
This
put a
this
little
was
fire
incredible,
on either
especially
side of it
this
so
early on
that
in my
it
streaming.
would brown a little bit better. And then before that fire went out, I closed the door so that the whole oven
We were,
was full of smoke, and it would sit in that smoke for a little while. So
I
let's see
might
if
try
it's
and
smoky.
if streaming does well, I might see if I can find a way to do a stream away from my computer. Figure out how to do like a good way to do
I
mobile
think
streaming.
It certainly
'Cause
stayed
my-
moisture.
I could use my
Right?
phone, but like
Inside
this
that paper
camera
that
is
whole time?
awful. You would not want to watch that.
Yeah,
I'll
it
try
was
and maybe figure
very
out
moist.
something.
And it's
I said,
definitely got
depending on how things go,
a different flavor profile because
and
of that.
maybe we can do a
smoke.
beer
It
brewing
was
stream
nuts
at one
because
point.
it was the same spices went on both of the
They're
burgers.
Yes.
saying
Yes.
it's like
But the smoke
convoluted, but
definitely
also
comes
kind
through.
of
So I was
doing-
telling John
yeah.
later
yeah.
that
It
I
was,
think the papering method is
wine
really
is a
great
bit
because
easier.
it keeps everything.
Yeah, but I don't
moist.
like wine as much.
The problem
Beer
is-
beer's better.
Is it doesn't do anything for the skin. You're trying to keep something moist, but also crisp
And
it up.
my dad
And
has
that's-
done it
that's a
before.
problem. So I
So
think what happened was
it won't just be me
where the
goofing
fire
around trying
would
to
get to it on the
faff
top and on
about
the
trying to figure
sides,
out how to do
the
it.
skin crisped up okay. On the underside where it was on the floor of the oven, you basically just lost that portion of it because it just couldn't crisp up. For an experiment, I think that this bird turned out really great. I would make it like this again on purpose.
Okay, so who won?
Brandon, who won? Whose turkey is better?
Boy, no pressure, huh?
Compromise mead. I don't think I've had mead.
All honesty, I like
I don't know
that.
if that's exactly a compromise.
Juicy. I know.
But no stuffing inside.
There was
See?
no stuff.
No, he's not talking about side dishes.
Oh,
Which
okay,
turkey? Which
okay.
turkey is better?
Yeah.
I
Well,
love these guys. They're just so
I'm a
positive.
real,
and
I love
nice.
smoked meat, so
Yeah.
So
yeah.
I definitely got that smoke flavor coming out of the skin and that
me see.
that outer portion.
Speaking of
Yeah,
which, have they
I
done a
gotta say,
beer?
as far as the turkey goes, I like my turkey better.
Sorry, John.
But I'm a little partial.
Well, I think it does. That one is really, really good. Excellent. I would say it was the better turkey, bar the idea that you can't really get a stuffing in there.
Ooh,
Maybe
chat.
bring it up to heat.
He does
But
a
since most people don't cook with stuffing inside their bird anymore, maybe that doesn't
Yeah.
matter.
Well, I would say as far as
yeah.
like if you
yeah,
want the
I know what it
experience
is,
of
but
an
I just I
18th
haven't
century
tried it.
The
Chat, do we want to watch? Either one of these beers. We got Pennsylvania Swanky and Easy Small Beer recipe, which sounds like something slightly different. Strong beer versus small beer. Or ginger beer. I don't know if that's. Do we want to watch one more of these, or is everyone sleepy? What's the? I mean, we'll check this out a little bit.
Welcome to 18th Century Cooking. I'm your host, John Townsend.
I
Today
love
we're
beer.
going to be looking at a
So good.
fascinating topic, spruce beer. Thanks for joining us as we savor the flavors and the aromas of the 18th century.
I feel like
Spruce beer has this incredibly rich history. It's not only yummy, but it's important as a health property. And it's so important that it's part of the military rations. Let me read to you a piece from 1775, General Orders, and here's
seen
Congress, and they're talking about rations
eater meets-
for soldiers. Each The following ration of provisions is
The eater
allowed by
meat
Continental
guy.
Congress to
I think
each
it's way different,
soldier:
but
a pound of fresh beef, a pound of bread, 3
only 10
pints
p.m. on
of
the West
teas,
Coast. Yeah,
that's
it's
per
almost
week,
1
not
for
per
me,
day,
so
a pint
we'll
of
probably call it
milk
after
per
this
day
video.
per man if it's available, a half pint of rice per man per
Eater.
week, and here's the good one: a quart of spruce beer per man per day, or we'll get to this later on, 9 gallons of molasses per company of 100 men per week.
Okay.
So there it is, showing up
Ooh.
right there in the military rations.
You might have to check
in
this out
1775.
at some other point.
This is drank by just regular people. It's soldiers and sailors, people in fortifications.
Yeah, I get that.
It's
I
incredibly
get that.
important.
I
in the 18th
was.
century. So what exactly is spruce beer? It's technically not truly a beer by a modern sense, but it's made in very similar way. It's also very, very similar to the ginger beer that we've made in the past, if you've seen that episode. But the major sort of flavoring ingredient and the major portion of its medicinal properties come from spruce. And the spruce that's mainly used in the 18th century is black spruce. That's the spruce everybody wants. But that really only grows in the very, very northern part of North America.
I did not want to drink beer as,
as
a kid.
Like
I did, not that I was like offered, but like I did want to when I was older.
That, of course, all over Canada, you have
if that
black
makes sense.
Spruce. Sometimes people use
but
white
then I
spruce
started
in
drinking
the time
it,
period.
and I realized
and
it tastes really good.
South, say in South Carolina, you
like
would use pine. Doesn't make nearly
like
as
stouts
good
and
as
porters
spruce
are
beer,
probably
but
my
some
favorite.
People did make it up, and spruce beer has this history that goes all the way back, say, into the 17th century. Native Americans were helping out those folks in Canada that were sick with scurvy. They made a spruce drink, not really a beer, but a drink, and that cured them.
Almost on the East Coast, yeah.
The Europeans sort of converted
that's
that
me.
and said, let's make
I'm
beer out of it
Eastern
instead.
time.
Well, it turns out that when you boil spruce, you get rid of all the wonderful vitamin C that was really good for it, but people still considered it a health drink. So we need to have the ingredient of spruce in our spruce beer. How are we going to make that? That's what we're going to do. We need to collect up some spruce cuttings. Let's go out and get some spruce cuttings. We want some nice, soft spruce trees if we can get it. And this is the perfect time of year, early summer. We got some new growth here, this nice green part, soft, tender. It's got a lot of good flavor to it. If it's winter time and you've only got the older growth,
but I can't see it.
that's what
Remember,
they
I
did.
can't
They
look
needed
at the comments.
spruce and they needed that vitamin C. Even in the
whereabouts?
winter, you could still
New
go
York.
to your spruce tree.
I won't say much more
You can
than
get
that
some
because
cuttings from that.
it's the internet. But
We've got our cuttings, and I kind of chopped them down a little bit.
gotta love a chocolate salad.
And now we just toss them into
I
some
prefer
boiling water, and really, we're just gonna cover them up with as much water
coffee
as possible.
stouts.
And the recipes all sort of agree that we
general,
boil this for an hour, 2 hours,
or a
until
coffee
the
porter.
bark starts to peel off of the stick.
One of the local breweries near me has a really good coffee porter.
What that is really the
they also have a really
vitamin
good
C
chocolate
that's built
one.
into spruce.
It's
That's
chocolate.
really the good part, the healing part. It gets destroyed by this boiling
I think
process.
I have like.
So they did
have
this
a
in the
crowler,
18th century. They didn't know
well,
that
we
was
do.
what
It's
was
not.
happening.
So just fine.
There is a caveat here that I also
It's
want to give.
we have a
and that
crowler
is
of
we
it
have to be careful
in the
about
fridge.
what we're cutting. We can't just go out into into the yard or into the forest and cut any old willy-nilly evergreen, because there are some evergreens that are poisonous. The wonderful thing about a spruce tree is the whole thing is basically edible. It's really weird. You can peel off the inner bark raw and eat it. You can eat the nettles. You can eat the sticks. You can eat everything on a spruce tree. It's actually good for you right off the tree. But if you get something like a juniper or some kinds of cedar, they're poisonous. So know your tree before you go cutting.
Okay. Now you scared me.
You can boil this for approximately an hour. Now that this is done, all we have to do is strain the liquid out and leave the pine needles behind.
It's interesting. I'm sure it smells amazing.
So one of the very, very interesting things about this is you would think it would have this super piney smell, but actually it has this wonderful sort of food smell to it. It really, really smells good. So while we can make our own spruce essence, and many recipes talk about making spruce essence, most of the recipes actually refer straight to spruce essence as a product that you could buy. And they were making spruce essence and selling it all over. Most of the recipes, the vast majority
I
actually
love
say
this show.
just use spruce essence. And today we can still buy spruce essence. You can find it at a brewing supply
the
store
ones
that's,
near me are
close
still
to
pretty
you, or
small.
you can
So
find
I
it
mean,
on
we're not going to
Amazon.
them now because
So
it would
you
all
can
be
make your own
indoors. But
spruce beer
when they had
actually
outdoor
very
seating,
easily,
we could still go
especially
there.
if you just want to buy the spruce essence. You know, it's actually got some of the best flavor compared to maybe using a blue spruce, which isn't as good.
I actually
If you've
haven't
got
been
access to black spruce, you might want to make
to
your
any of
own.
those
This
cities.
is actually going to work really good, and that's what we're going to use today. Now that we talked about spruce essence,
I don't even know where
let's talk about the other
rachacha is.
ingredients. And in fact, let's talk about the recipe that we're going to be using today. We could use Amelia Simmons's
Never heard of
recipe from
rachacha.
1796. Excellent recipe in the very back of this cookbook. This cookbook is available on our website. But today I'm going to be using a very, very simple recipe from 1788. Very similar time
The one
period.
I've
This
been
is
closest to
Philadelphia,
out of those is
1788.
Syracuse.
Now this one's
That
not
I still
called
hadn't
spruce
been
beer,
to
but
Syracuse.
you'll see here they call it maple beer. To every 4 gallons of water, while boiling, add a quart of maple molasses. When the liquor is cooled to blood heat, put in as much yeast as is necessary to foment it. I like that, foment it. Malt or bran may be added to this beer when agreeable. If a tablespoon of the essence of spruce is added to the above quantities of water and molasses, it makes a most delicious and wholesome drink. So this is pretty simple, right? It's only got a very, very few ingredients. We've got water here. We want nice, clear, good, soft water if we can get it. We need our sugar, which is,
I mean,
in this
basically
case,
biscuits.
maple molasses, or you know it as maple syrup. We need some essence of spruce. We've already created
I don't want to
that,
get
or
too
even more
specific about
likely,
what
we
part
bought it.
of New
That's
York
the good stuff.
I
It
am,
really
but
tastes good.
I'm
And
upstate-ish.
we need some yeast. We need
But
some
It's
ale yeast, or any kind of brewing yeast is
It's
going
as
to
far
work.
as
If you don't have anything
but,
else, and you want to make this right away, you can use bread
Oh,
yeast. But if you're going to be ordering
rachacha
the
is
spruce
Rochester.
essence,
Oh,
order
okay.
some ale
That makes
yeast at
sense.
the same time. It's not very
Never heard it
expensive.
called that.
Now, most recipes in the 18th century actually call for just straight up molasses. And what they probably mean is regular cane molasses, dark, molasses. That's a byproduct of making sugar. Tastes great, but in this kind of recipe, it really brings too much flavor to it. It overpowers the spruce. We don't want that to happen. So I really recommend this particular recipe that uses maple syrup. If you don't want to use maple syrup, you can also use cane syrup that's available in the store. That's going to give you the most spruce flavor. Even this maple might bring in a little bit more flavor than you want, but I think it's a perfect mix, maple and spruce together. So I really recommend this one. You can try it with the regular molasses. I think it just way overpowers it though. So let's get started making this recipe. We've got our water. I've already got it warmed up a little bit. We're gonna put this over the fire in this case, and we want to get it heated up. We're gonna be using this 2 gallons as our particular recipe, and most of the recipes have this same sort of ratio of sugar to water. So it's about 8-to-1. So for 2 gallons of water, we have a quart of maple syrup. I'm just gonna go ahead and pour our quart
That's so
right
much
in.
maple syrup.
And then our next ingredient is our essence of spruce. And we're gonna
I
use
feel like this would be
about,
really expensive to make
let's say 2 ounces of spruce essence here. Now we're gonna bring this up to a boil. Many of the 18th century recipes
Yeah,
would
no, I
actually
haven't
have
been to
us
Rochester
boil
'cause
this
about-
for a long time. Some of them
Yeah,
have the
it's-
water to be boiled until it's half as much, which is crazy. They did that on purpose. They thought in the 18th century that the effervescence that comes from a brewed beer or other kind of brewing things, they thought that those bubbles actually came from the boiling of this wort. But we know today that, of course, all that effervescence is because of the yeast. So we
Yeah,
know that the only
my dad
point
was
of
talking
really
about
getting
this,
to
that like
boil
after
is
you
basically to sterilize the batch here. We
you
want
take
to
it
kill
like
everything off.
you
So
take it
we're
off
gonna
the
bring
heat
this up
and
to
it's
a
like
boil,
stop
and then
boiling,
immediately, as soon as it's
and you add in the
boiling,
yeast.
just for
It
a
looks
minute
like
or
it's
so,
boiling,
we're
but
actually
it's
gonna
like
let it cool off.
just kind of sitting
Remember
there,
that
like at like room
substitution
temperature.
in the soldiers' rations where it said they either got a gallon of spruce beer or they got molasses as a substitute? They got molasses as a substitute so they could make their own spruce beer. That's the one component that it would be the most difficult to come up with. So that's why the substitute ration for spruce beer is molasses, so the soldiers could make their own. We've got our mixture in our fermenting vessel, and now it's ready for the next step. If this is cooled down to blood temperature and cooler, we want to be able to put our finger in it and say, no heat there, right? We want it to be below blood temperature. Now we can pitch our yeast, and we've got our
I was wondering how
yeast.
they would measure
This is the
that,
kind of
'cause
yeast that
like
the
it's gonna be
brewer
like
would
90,
take off a batch of
96.
beer and he'd use it for the next batch.
You feel the
That's
diabetes?
exactly what we're using
I don't
here.
know.
So
That's
we've
what I
got some yeast, and we're gonna just pour that in.
That's what I
Maybe about
wonder
a
is like,
pint.
is
That's
like,
good for our 2 gallons.
um,
If you're using a modern yeast that comes in a packet, usually those are meant for 5-gallon batches. So you'd use about a half a batch. And those yeast packets have very particular directions. So follow the directions on the packet for the temperature
he's so
and
nice.
exactly how you put it in there. Because each one's a
Imitation.
little bit different.
Yeah, yeah,
This
it looks
is
really cool.
ready. It's going to start
I
fermenting
don't know. I
right
feel
away,
I don't know if it's
and it will ferment
if you'd get
for the next
diabetes
couple
like
of
from
days.
this,
But for right now, we're
if
just
it would
going
be
to
like
cover
very
this
high
up.
in sugars. I
If
feel
you're
like it
using
would be.
modern equipment, you'd be using special, things that keep the air out. But in the 18th century, they didn't do that. We're just going to put a nice lid on here, keep the dust out, and it's going to start percolating away. So this has been working a couple of days now. Let's take a look at it. And hey, it looks really good. It's been fermenting. There's still a few bubbles coming on this, but it's mostly fermented away. Now we can use it. We could drink it.
I wonder if
right
this
now,
is
perfectly
still
good. We
carbonated.
can also bottle this up, and they had directions for that. So
Like,
we're just gonna basically
wonder if he'll
label
address
this
that.
off and put it right into some stoneware bottles. You might use a glass bottle for this, and we can bottle this for short periods of time. Sometimes they say this will last
Looks
a
like it
while,
is. That's
but
cool.
I would again recommend this to be used fairly
Yeah, it's so
rapidly.
wholesome. That's
But
why.
if you bottle it, we can get
Yeah,
some
I miss when
effervescence from it. That's
when our corn
another thing
daddy
to
would,
remember, that this is still
would
going
end
to ferment
streams.
a little bit. It's going to pressurize
Yeah, that's what I was saying.
that
Wouldn't
bottle.
most of the
And just like
sugar
the ginger beer,
be
if
eaten
you
by the
have
yeast?
too much sugar and it's still fermenting a lot in the bottle, it might explode. Or it might build up so much pressure that it's hard to uncork. And you'll get, it basically all of it comes out instead of being able to drink it. So you want this to bottle up to get a little bit of carbonation,
I really want to taste it.
not too much, or it's very, very difficult to uncork. Well, we've got a great look to it. It's got a wonderful smell to it, not like pine sol that you might worry about. It's like, oh, it's got spruce, it's got pine in it. It's just not like that at all. I'm really interested to see how this particular batch turned out because each one
I
sort
feel
of
like it wouldn't
has its own thing
taste
going on.
like your
So let's give it a
typical
try.
beer because it doesn't have like hops or grains in
There's
it.
still a little bit of carbonation. That's good. It hasn't. I haven't let this carbonate a long time. We've got several different flavors coming in here. We've got certainly the spruce, and that kind of comes in the smell. But
Yeah,
the
I'd really
maple
like to
syrup
taste
flavor
this,
is
but
still there.
I'm not gonna go through
That
the
is
effort of
really
making
good.
this.
So you're
It's a
mixing
weird
this wonderful
18th century beer.
spruce with the maple syrup and a little bit of yeast.
Yeah,
but
one
not in
time
a
my
bad
dad
way
said
at all.
he had one of the I think it was like one of
Very
the
refreshing. Make a great summertime drink.
I don't know
Boy,
what it was, but
that
it was one of
is
like the
a
big jugs
very
he has. I don't know
unique but
how
very
big they are,
good,
how many gallons.
flavor. If you get a chance,
But he
this
had one of
one's-
those
this one's one to
explode when
try
he was
out.
making beer one
I
time
really
because he
recommend
didn't
this one. It's simple to do, a lot of fun.
do the pressure
you know,
thing on
if
top
you love this
correctly.
video and you want more, make sure to
And
subscribe. And if you'd like a similar
I'm sure
episode where we
wine
do
probably
ginger beer,
stained
check
more
out
than
this one.
beer. But sure wine probably stained more. But coffee. But it like the foam was like all over the ceiling. I forget what room it was in, but you can still kind of see like it was There's one of the rooms downstairs, but you can still like see the stains on the ceiling. Yeah, brewing normal beer is already hard enough. But yeah, just
Kind of meat at Taco.
uh. Do I want to send you guys over? Do we want to go over to Hassan or should we just call it here? Because there's nobody else who I really follow. That's a video. Or yeah. Do you guys want to go over to Hassan or are we calling it here? Yeah, CO2. Yeah, I forgot about that because I wasn't sure how much of it was put in after because I know a lot of times it'll. I think putting in CO2 helps stop the fermentation because he said he usually kegs it. Probably go in the pass out. Yeah, I might just call it here. Hassan's got 50,000 people, so and he's a. I think he's been gone a long time.
Fans
11
and
hours.
especially not when they're fucking 17 years old. Very fucked up. The combination of it makes it a really bad situation.
Oh, he's talking about
where
Carson
the
thing,
person is
which I
absolutely
really don't know
responsible.
about.
If I'm not mistaken, I feel like he understands that he was
Yeah.
being a bad person
I like
in
him,
that
but
situation.
I
Which is, of
understand
course,
not being a fan. Anyway, thank you, chat. You guys were incredible. This has been amazing. Hopefully, I will see you guys on Friday. I will be streaming again around the same time. Actually, maybe a little bit later, closer to 9 Eastern. Alright. Have a good night, everyone. Thank you so much for all the subs and all the bits. You guys are amazing. I will see you Friday, I assume. Hopefully. Or, no, don't end this. Oh, it's you. What do you mean? I'm going to hang out in Discord. Uh-oh. Luke and Johnny are put in the naughty boy corner. Where'd they go? I'll come hang out in Discord then for a little bit. Anyway. Bye bye everyone. Again, thank you so much for all this incredible support. Hopefully I will see you Friday. Or Friday. Yeah, thanks Johnny. Yeah, Friday. Or I'll probably see some of you tomorrow in Jake's chat. So bye bye. Have a nice night or morning wherever you people are. Bye bye.